something. Good morning again. Don't worry about this. Anybody in the building yet? Well, this morning we're continuing last night we tried to make a chicken marsala last night, and we're going to finish it this morning. Everybody up, getting ready for work. So last night we made mashed potatoes from scratch, broccoli, and now we're going to do our chicken marsala. We have already prepped. We used chicken tenders, and we seasoned and tenderized them. This, bunch of that, they've been marinating all night. Now, let's see. The next step we need to do is, I actually don't have chicken broth, so I'm going to make some. Wait, let me check. No. So I'm going to make some chicken broth really quickly. And we're going to do that with a chicken bouillon cube and some water. So let's get 2 cups of water. And get that pot going. Sorry. So we have this pot over here cooking. Gonna boil that. We're gonna add our bouillon cube to that. So if you don't know what chicken marsala is, it's chicken with a creamy, buttery wine sauce, which is Marsala wine. Now, yesterday was Sunday, and my options were kind of limited, and I got this Taylor wine, which, as I was looking for through random recipes, this is a sweet wine. I'm supposed to use a dry wine, but we're going to make it work. So let's see what's next. None of my hitters are here this morning. Where is Shelbs? Where is Lisa? Where is what does it say? Okay. All right. So I need to cut up some of these shallots. So the ingredients, in case you don't know, are chicken breasts or cutlets. You can use you can chop up a chicken breast, or you can get tenderloins. That's what I like to do because they're already tender and they're already cut up. I don't like the really thin chicken, already thin sliced because it's like too thin. Chicken breast, some seasoning, like I said, Marsala wine, heavy cream, chicken broth. And what we do is we season the chicken like we have here, and we pan fry it in butter and olive oil. And then we remove that and we cook our onions, shallots, and garlic. Then we add our sauces. So let's get started. So I've already chopped up you see that? The mushrooms. This is 3, maybe 4 garlic cloves. So I have about 2 packs of chicken tenders. And I have, the recipe calls for 1 medium shallot, but I don't know if this counts as 1. This all came in 1, but it is 2 pieces. But I have another one on standby. I think I'm going to need this other one because I have 2 packs of chicken. So let's see, which knife should I use? I guess I can use this one. While we do that, I want to see what's everybody talking about with A. Marie.
Tools that help you bank the way you want. And we're only just a click, call, or a smile away. That's how TD makes banking unexpectedly human.
With hotels and vacation rentals, Booking.com has something for everyone.
Yeah, seashells! You got anything more boutique?
Oui, right this way.
Now we're talking.
What about something more family-friendly?
Maybe a resort with a water park?
Or somewhere less family-friendly?
Yep, one Vegas hotel for the bride-to-be.
What if we hate everything?
We have free cancellation. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, Booking.com.
Support for NPR Music comes from Capital One, proud supporters of NPR Music and the 2025 Tiny Desk Contest. What's in your wallet? Learn more at CapitalOne.com.
Composed and cool, never got too many words for me. Got to read to make sure I see. Baby, ain't nothing wrong with the love you and I dream of. So sweet, your actions say more than your lips can speak. My friend said nothing, just can't see. How will love unspoken going through. So much that I wanna do. It's starting to become so clear to me. Tomorrow ain't really guaranteed. So many days I thought of you. It's about time you know the truth. Got to act quickly when I fall in love. So many reasons why. So why don't we? It's so many reasons. It's the only thing that matters to me. It takes such a lot to let you know. You're the only one I never want to go. Things I never did, now I want to do. A love I never felt, now I feel for you. You just swallow each and every ounce of my pride. Everything you do, I wanna feel again. Ain't no use for us to pretend why. Why can't we? Why can't we? Why can't we fall in love? Why can't we fall in love? Yeah, 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 yeah. Fall in love. Thank you so much for that energy. I'm gonna tip that down a little bit. So first of all, thank you so much for having us here today. That's number one. It feels so good to see each and every one of your faces. It's like, they're excited. And of course, the legendary, amazing backyard band. Oh, that's really who people came to see. They're legendary, amazing. But you know, we had to do it right. We had to do it right. And so we really appreciate you having us here. You feeling good? Yeah. I'm trying not to just be cheesing the whole time, 'cause I gotta be in the mood. But I'm like, so you guys feel free to, I'm about to sing along. I'm sure there were some rules. You can hum along or something, but you can dance and move, whatever you want to do, because we're feeling you, we see you, we're up close, it's intimate, and we love it.
Fill the grill at ShopRite for Father's Day with huge savings. Like Hebrew National Beef Franks, just $2.99. And fresh corn, 5 for $2. Fill the grill at ShopRite. We are here.
Explore hand-picked hotels through the edit and unlock upgraded stays with Chase Sapphire Reserve. Make more of what's yours.
Now, I want to go into something a little new. Oh, I should tell you too. Now, it's familiar, but we can't do backyard band and then do everything exactly the same. We got to do some special sauce on it, so it's going to have that go-go flavor. All right. I want to play you guys a little something new. It's a new record called Mine. Romantic. The way your lips feeling tonight, the way they pressed against mine, the way you pull me closer, closer under the moonlight. This is how it could always be, you and me. More than friends we could be. Staring in the mirror's eye, start to carefully contemplate just really how deep is this thing I have for you. It's wearing on my heart, and from the start, you know I try to steadily deny a friendship turned to love. I know you probably think that I'm so strange, stuttering on every word when you look my way. Why? And maybe it's all in my mind when we hug goodbye, butterflies. I just died, I just died in your arms tonight. Don't want nobody bring me back to life. I just died in your arms tonight. I just died in your arms. I just died in your arms tonight. I just died in your arms tonight. Don't want nobody bring me back to life. I just died in your arms tonight. I just died in your arms. I just died in your arms tonight. Hey. It's a little something different. How many of you guys remember rolling down my face? But we're doing the go-go version. Can't breathe, can't think, been through enough. My friends on the street stop so abrupt. What's wrong? Major man telling us what's up. No need one look and they all shut up. See, it's written all over anyone you see. No matter how much daily attitude seems. And I'm tired of missing what I can replace. So tired of the world knowing no mistakes. But the tears keep rolling down my face. Rolling down my face. Yeah. They keep rolling. Rolling down my face. Rolling down my face. Oh, baby. Rolling down my face. Oh, baby. Down my face. They keep rolling, rolling. Hey, they keep rolling, 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 rolling. They keep rolling, 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 rolling. No, no, no. Love, one time, come on. Woo. Feels so good. See, we couldn't even do it this way without you. Couldn't even do it without you. You guys still here? Yeah. You're giving us a lot. I don't know why I asked that because I'm feeling it. They're feeling it. We're gonna pick it up a little bit. Because you know I like to move. Y'all good with that? All right, let's go.
New Naked Gloss by Redken. Advanced science powered by saturated fatty acids and omega-9s that seal the cuticle for 130%.
Everybody say yeah. Say yeah. Say yeah. Somebody scream. Come on. I've been so fed up with every little game. Baby, I just can't believe it. Is this one thing you did? Working tonight, trying to do, but you keep on saying you
That was cute.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, just like that breakfast burrito.
There isn't too much hot.
Why everyone was hating so bad on A. Marie? That wasn't bad. It was different. She could have did a couple more of her hits. Like, she did Why Don't We Fall in Love? You talking to me? What was the other song? Talking to me. The joint she got with Fabulous. She did a couple more. Trying to be. I wish I could play music on here. You're in my mind. Every time my lips touch your face, nothing like loving you. And this is all I have, all I have to give, all I have to give is one last kiss. Hey, Cheryl, I'm sleepy. Me too, baby. We're gonna finish this damn chicken marsala if it kills me. Okay. Put a little light skin over there. Let's taste our chicken broth. I can deny, try and try. Open the door for you. Good. All right, so now it's time for us to get this chicken cooking. Let's put this over here because we're gonna need that. Get the chicken out the way. Move these girls out the way too. Now, can't believe it. This is one thing. Let's see. Is it too early for Diddy trial updates? Let's see.
Was Spring and First, a little bit further down on Broadway and First. We were hearing reports of possible vandalism at the LA Times building. We haven't been able to lay eyes on it ourselves to confirm that, but we're just hearing a lot of little reports of activity keep on popping off in this section of downtown that these protests and this activity has been focused on through the entirety of today. So you could see there, that's Broadway and First right there, and you can see that contingent of LAPD with the mutual aid from LA County Sheriff's Department. I've even seen CHP even working with them in a mutual aid capacity. So they have a skirmish line there, and I think I've counted probably 6 or 7 skirmish lines set up on different blocks and different intersections where LAPD, has kind of blocked off certain areas because they have, they don't have giant crowds of people that they're working with right now, but they have groups of about 10 or 20 that kind of splinter off and scatter, and then they get back together, they launch fireworks or things like that, and then LAPD has to decide, okay, do we block a certain road to kind of prevent people from continuing moving in a certain direction, or you have to keep in mind where this kind of all started was the federal building at Temple and Alameda. That is still a heavily protected area in the downtown area, and all of the law enforcement officers in this area, as you could see there, it looks like I think I see Pasadena Police. I'm not sure what department that is. That might be Monrovia. So you really see kind of the effect and the what happens when you have a mutual aid situation of this capacity is all these departments, as we get close to the midnight hour from all over Southern California are now descending on downtown to help with the situation. Even though things are a little bit calmer right now, they still LAPD just still asking for a little bit more help and just trying to make sure it remains calm through the night, and they have
So with the
the response of the president.
so we're going to take our chicken. This is our
has been described by the mayor as unnecessary.
We're going to take our chicken,
by both the chief
flour it,
and the LA County sheriff as something that they had not
but we're going to pan fry it in
and they both talked about the steps law enforcement takes in
butter and olive oil.
that they go through before a call goes out from
So
the National
let's put
Guard.
that
Typically, one of those steps,
there.
an important step, is a mutual aid request, in which before they ask for federal help or before they ask for the National Guard's help, they ask for help from surrounding agencies, the sheriffs, the different agencies that have responded, and so that is what we're seeing now. All right, and we'll be seeing more of our coverage of the unrest in downtown Los Angeles right after this.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
I took control, went solo, and built my own online knife empire.
Every time my lips touch your face, there's nothing like loving you. Nothing like loving you. Nothing like loving you.
And move forward. That is good.
Some olive oil.
Yeah, okay. I don't think we're talking about that. Brady's just not aware in regards to how much to get from previously on Raw. I'm super excited about going to that massive store and it would get brings me to them. Why not? Yeah. Stuff, but I'm just curious. I see what you did there, Brady. These boxes of Grenada are bare naked. I love that you're cheap. Let's just hope and pray that she doesn't. Please. You're practically linked to that black community. Right now. Everyone else is in this. Plus one, honey. I always did that one. I'm a mama, poor girl. Give me attitude and I'll ground you. If you want to find the shape, just look for the hole. I returned from the dead. Now the spirit. You told me I couldn't bring my diamonds to the island, so I got my tribal last time today.
Floured chicken, ham fries.
Last night. It was like, right, you got oh my God. You don't have a person in there? I was like, if you take the percentage,
They're going.
today was better. I mean, the review is like, you know, with one another, reviewing and just finding a second piece. She wrote through everything. What you want?
We're just lightly flouring them. We're reviewing Real Housewives of Atlanta. They're on a little trip. It was given a little slow. I don't know. Like, she likes embarrassing herself. I don't know why she does these things with Charles. I don't know if he doesn't like to be on camera or what his issue is, but she seems like a glutton for punishment. Nobody's awake yet? Somebody gotta go to work. Let's see what I'm doing. So we want a nice little browning on them. We don't want to overcook them because they're going back in the pot with the sauce. I should change the title. Put some more oil. oil, about a tablespoon, and we're going to fry, well, cook the mushrooms. Then stuff on the bottom of the pan. Get those bits out of the bottom of the pan. Cook these for about 3 to 5 minutes. Just start to soften up. Yeah. chicken is so good. All right, so we have the mushrooms. Now we have to do the shallots and garlic. So you just need a little bit more oil. Supposed to be a tablespoon, but that should be good. Just a little tiny pinch of butter. If you want the recipe, I'll put it on the community tab. I'll just push these to the side and take them off, remove them like a little bit from the heat. Like the pot is off to the side. Want that to get a little bit hotter. Garlic. We're gonna add the shallots, finely diced. turn this off because I forgot to chop the time, the first time. So let me do that. Got some fresh thyme.
No weird issues with Shimmy at first. I was actually shocked. Rule of thumb, at the level you're at, never less than $1,000. And as far as Portia asking about not being invited to Portia hasn't invited me anywhere, not one single place. Angela, you never invited me to your home. Drew, you never invited me to your home. And I have not had the best relationship with both you guys. And I don't have enough of a relationship with Portia to invite her over to my home. Tonight, I was in the hot seat, but I think you're putting yourself. You're getting on red. You're 20. You don't have to show yourself friend. I noticed that friend is self-sabotaging, collecting enemies for no apparent reason. I feel like I need to give her some advice because in this group, you need all the friends you can. I have to be more vague about it's not even vague, just show yourself friendly. If somebody's saying, hey, I want to come to your house, you down with the house.
Just on the picture like that.
It's freezing ass room. No drama on, no swat, just nothing. Does she have to be around?
Yeah, we came out about it's crazy. It's been ghost that you sailing.
She has craniostenosis, colon street, stenosis. She has a hole in her heart. She has a little fluid on her kidneys. She gets sick and she has bronchitis, cough, coldness, and we got a bigger issue. So, all right. We didn't even have a first birthday party for her because we just didn't want to risk her getting sick. And she, we're helping them fight them. And so I feel this mom. It's so like that. I'm like, that's like, tensions are hard. Dear,
That's how you do this.
Shopping with Super Sale at Sherwin-Williams and transport your space with color. Get 40% off jeans and days with sale prices starting at $29.39. Find your new color. June 6th through the 9th. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. I think salads and It's got
Mm-hmm.
Gorgeous chips. I'll be serious about flavor. And that hot sauce. And heat to us. Great grilled pasta has an spicy red meat sauce, which happens to pair perfectly with our tea. She may have like really do. Some personal things pertaining to our family and Shiloh.
So this is a mixture of the mushrooms, shallots, garlic, and thyme. I really feel like we had some more shallots, but I can add those later if that is the case. So now we need to this seems good. Add shallot, and a teaspoon of oil, half teaspoon of salt. Frequently transduce in 2 minutes, add garlic, fragrant mint, and wine. Per bottom pan. Okay, so the wine, 3/4 cup. Pounds, 2 pounds, so let's say a cup. Salt, which I don't have any more of, so I'm going to use the Himalayan pink sea salt. About a teaspoon. Garlic powder. shake wine up?
Slow day. Jack Chigarelli. Trump brags Chigarelli is now 100% back.
Or a doctor is supervising these.
So we need a cup of the Marsala wine, and it needs to cook down so the alcohol can cook out. So whatever your recipe is, I use equal parts wine, equal parts cream. So that's a cup.
There are no federal standards for a med spot, no standard examination for what even is. And that is like the one. Med must be described as the wild west of medicine, and it does get pretty wild. Only on 13 on social media. Mr. Injector, all that is so med spot, saturated jail tonight.
Smells good. Good.
Faces 4 felony charges. On social media, Ford calls himself Mr. Injector 1. His page filled with his work. Inside his fascinating office under a neon Dustin Darling's sign, police say he did a non-FDA approved blood and Botox-like injections.
Okay, so there is a lot going on there. From him doing illegal butt injections under a custom neon sign to the name Mr. Injector 1, a handle that screams, fuck, I was too late. Profile picture looking like a
And I'm gonna do at wine and cook, starting occasionally 4 to 5 minutes at broth, cream, and bring to a simmer about 15 minutes. 2 tablespoons of butter, turn 2 tablespoons of butter into about 2 tablespoons. The cream should be
for investors seeking growth opportunity. Some men spots like these are even franchised, enabling someone to essentially buy a medical practice in a box. Here's the CEO of one movie chain making his pitch.
Okay, so that's this. This recipe has some extra. I want you to add a beef bouillon cube, Worcestershire sauce, mustard powder, dry thyme, Marsala wine, 2 tablespoons of flour, gravy, nothing parsley, and jerk chicken, the sauce, so you know, add wine, you can see what things are. Fine,
State by state, the laws governing mental vary wildly. For instance, in New Jersey, only a doctor can perform laser hemorrhage, whereas in New York, literally anyone can do it as long as it seems you're an antagonistic Russian. In Texas, anyone can be an injector and practice anywhere. Some use it in alcohol. Therefore, the nursing nurses use their own professional judgment to determine what procedures they can do based on relevant laws. It feels like they're one step away. Just telling us to ask a magic 8-ball, am I allowed to give this woman gender? Well, good news all sides point to yes. And what this means is the services themselves according to the stuff they inject into. Let's must be far less frequently better by the super.
So I'm going to use the
to complete snake oil. For instance, many vets pass on IV drips, sometimes simply for dehydration, but sometimes claiming that ingredients increase immunity, delay aging, or even prevent serious disease, all of which are total myths. Other vets pass offer bizarre sounding treatments to no scientific basis behind, like ionic goods, detox baths, ultraviolet blood irradiation, or insufflation of ozone through the vagina, rectum, or ear. really, once you're in softball, you might as well squash your crotch and squinch your grin. It's not already there. Veterinary services heavily branded property like AccuTight, Body Tight,
And it's some mustard powder.
medical devices that are FDA. And while that might sound reassuring, as we covered in our piece on medical devices, that doesn't really mean shit. So FDA approved.
Some more onion powder.
Just means it's close enough to something that's already been sold that it can be legally marketed. Which is better than one step above an FDA standard declaring this exists. An FDA cleared device some good, but it can also do nothing where some is active on. Cornerstone, very basic, because basic antibiotics with targeted on the body to freeze back cells. In some cases, it can result in a condition where the patient grows hard fatty tissue, resulting in swelling and masses that can be others.
Trying to cook down alcohol out of the wine. Usually takes about 5 minutes. And we're going to add our heavy cream and
someone like a Mr. could do. And look, I did.
So I added I have a lot of chicken. I'm going to add another half a cup of wine.
Just watch this. Look, about baseball industries. Aaron Hughes more than 70,000 cosmetic procedures in Wisconsin. But he's not the doctor. Instead, he says he works under the license of the doctor. He's almost never been filled. He goes home to Genesis Laser and Wellness located in Oregon, but his medical director, Dr. Cotter, who works in Marsala, 2.5 hours away. Yeah, that doctor is hours away. And what he maintained that he often checked in on the phone. Do you remotely do not compromise the quality of care? That doesn't really feel like supervision, does it? It is hard to know what's really going on somewhere if you only visit once a year. Don't believe me? Ask any uncle. Last Christmas, Bill Clinton launched trucks announcing to the collective works of Patricia Highsmith. What have I missed here? And the fact medical supervision can be done from a distance is a feature of this industry to the point that sometimes someone will first decide to open a med spa and only then go out to recruit a medical director who then allow their license to use drugs equipment but may rarely, if ever, review charts, see patients, or supervise treatment. That recruitment process can be worryingly ad hoc to the point that even Facebook groups literally posts like this one, advertising doctors be paired with med spas in all 50 states. Meanwhile, the actual staff in some spas primarily physicians assistants, nurse practitioners, and RNs, and nothing against people who hold those jobs may be extremely skilled. But their training on the procedures done in med spas can be thin at best, given there are very few dermatology-specific training programs for non-doctors. In 2023,
Really, really good.
only 37 were certified in dermatology. So to fill that gap, companies have popped up to offer trainings and certification, but are not. One company, MySpa Live, even advertised that you can get certified and begin injecting after just one day of hands-on training with our expert instructor, which really does not feel like enough training to shoot a paralyzing neurotoxin into someone's face. Into a blood vessel, or skin necrosis, like the loss of skin tissue, or cause someone to go permanently blind. Even less severe reaction can be alarming. There's one customer who got Botox from a technician who had some training certifications, but no medical license to start. I just remember when people with my face and everything. That's what also details up 5 minutes. Yeah, that's not. If something goes wrong, you know, when your official protocol, including a pediatrician 3 hours or another way of doing it, do you know how many pediatricians are already fielded from parents every day? My baby won't burn. My baby won't fart. My baby cries like a pig when she sleeps. My toddler swallowed 17 Legos. My toddler sleeps upside down like a bat. My toddler sounds like Al Pacino when she screams. My kid bumps his head and is acting straight. My kid bumps his head and is now speaking French. My kid bumps his head and is acting normal when someone is called and say, "What's up?" Pediatricians don't have the bandwidth to handle adult Botox issues. The point is, a lot of the protections you associate with medical diseases just don't apply to med spas. Oversight can be incredibly lax. Most states don't even require a med spa to register their existence. And there have been cases where the laws were so loose, something like this could happen.
A young man suffered a second third-degree burns on his back after his mom took him to a med spa in the plane. So they sent him like to WNT.
Yeah, apparently a janitor performed laser hair removal, and I'm not saying someone who works as a janitor doesn't have the capacity to be skilled at laser hair removal. It's literally the plot of Good Will Hunting 2, How You Like Them Places, but it is still alarming. So clearly, med spas can massively cut corners on staffing and personnel, but they can also cut when it comes to what they're putting into your body. Because real Botox is expensive and also requires a medical license to go and buy, which may be why there have been multiple stories of med spa owners being accused of seeking out shortcuts like this.
To her beautiful tape med spa client, Rebecca Badnelli presented herself as a nurse. But now, the Fed says since March 2021, the 38-year-old esthetician was not licensed or certified, which gave thousands of people counterfeit Botox for injections, which she imported from China and Brazil. Nelly later admitted to the Fed she buys the injectable drug through Alibaba, but didn't know if they were FDA approved.
Yeah, fake Botox on Alibaba. No, of course you can. You can find basically anything on Alibaba. Laser injections, refrigerated trucks, pet coffee, this animatronic dinosaur, and this Hollywood star Michael Jackson life-size matchstick at your selfie museum. Top policy on reviewing purchase and Iron Man matchstick from that so I said, plus, super honest and protected seller. We recommend it 100%. Thanks, we happy to it. The manufacturer replied, thank you. When it comes to something that's going to be injected into your face, you'll be coming from a reputable company and not a website that literally emphasizes this before and after voting. Since pled not guilty, there have been so many stories of med spas using counterfeit or improperly administered Botox. The FDA issued a warning last year, noting they found 22 people sickened across 11 states. Many spas also offer weight loss drugs that were concocted by injections and IV treatment. As and don't have to report adverse effects to the FDA, no one may even know if things go wrong. The negative policy of the
So, hey Candy, hey Lisa. So we just added the chicken broth and the cream to the wine mixture after we had a reduction of the. Hold on, what time is it?
Patty's Thai salad, don't fucking.
We're gonna let that boil. It needs to simmer for like 15 minutes. We can add the chicken back. But we gotta get the flavor back. I'm bringing flavor back. Good morning. Lisa Mack, good morning. Shelbs, she said she's sleeping. Let's see. I want to add more shallots. So We'll put this to the side. Hold on, here I come. Here I come. What you say? Come on, angles and camera setup. Yes, all the footages. I got this handy dandy. This is you can mince your vegetables. If I can figure out how to put it back together. It's together again. Ow. All right. That bit's right there. Boom. Smiling back at me. This woman's work. This woman's work. Oh, it's hard on me. Now it's part is over. Now it starts to crack. I had listened to A. Marie's Tiny Desk. It wasn't as bad as everybody's saying. It's just different. I played it earlier when I was all alone. We'll add some more shallots. Mm. So I'm going to take these. Let's move the camera. chicken right here. Salad in here. I love onions. And I don't eat mushrooms, so gotta put a little extra in there. All right. Now let's taste the sauce. Then we can add some cream. Mmm, that is good. It's really good. The only thing I don't like about it is there is no color. And there's things that I could add a little soy sauce. So I'm just going to add a little bit. Let's see. I don't want to change the flavor too much, but I want to change the color. I don't have any beef bouillon, which that would have been perfect. Shallots. It really didn't make a difference in the color. I would probably have to put a lot in to make color difference. Let me see if it tastes any different. I don't like that. Put that away. Now that one is actually good. That is really good. Really, really good. More powder. Some more onion powder. Maybe onion salt instead of salt. And a little bit more soy sauce. Oh my God. No, you didn't. I hope. Well, if that, I guess I could just add more wine and stuff. Let's see. Maybe it said don't play with it, don't play with it. A little tart. Need some more wine. Some more cream. And a good balance. Add a little bit more chicken broth. And let's see how that goes. Could probably add some more what is this, thyme? No, this has to simmer. If you fall, I'll be good and I'll be waiting. One last time. One last time. Second in the room. All right, let's check on this girl over here. Mm-mm-mm. Good. Good, good. Good, good, good. All right, I think I can add the chicken in now. But what I'm going to do first is take some of the, let me see. So now we add the chicken in. Let's see, can you see it? Whew. Now that was a job. put some more herbs in it. It's not pretty enough. There has to be a better way of doing this. There's got to be a better way. Percocet, Molly Percocet. Never chase a bitch. Anybody up in the room yet? Y'all ain't up yet? Is it a holiday? Anybody up for work? Laser focus. This is why I couldn't do this last night, because I kept running my mouth. And I need to focus. Let's see if anybody's down at the courthouse yet.
Relentless, ultimate competitors, fighting for injured workers' rights. It's Stern & Cohen. Winning isn't just a goal, it's an obsession. Bring us on and experience our winning strategy in action for you. Stern & Cohen, for the win.
You can't play me, bring me in, or try and tame me. It's time to push yourself first, don't stop believing. Day for the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Let's just get set up. Y'all, this is a huge day for the Sean Diddy Combs trial. We are going to be covering everything, but what is going on? The prosecution is set to gear up to destroy Diddy's mistrial dreams. Why are they a dream? Because it's just not happening. Why? Because what are the grounds? You're trying to say that the prosecution literally lied and made up stuff. We are directly live from the courthouse. Let me move to the left. Diddy is trying to say that the prosecution made up evidence and knew that Bonner lied and knew that those injuries were not from him. Now, there are many, many people who the prosecution did not call who were witness to what happened. But also there are people that were witnesses to the aftermath. What is the aftermath? Well, the text from Cassie to KK seemingly confirms Bonner's whole story. On top of that, KK did not say that never happened. KK did not say this or that. They were going back and forth about what happened. But you guys, there's even more. Remember if you look at the transcript,
Bonna was talking about somebody named Rob Holiday. Rob Holiday and Bonna used to be like this. She considered that her brother, okay? Rob Holiday was actually friends with Diddy before he was friends with Bonna, okay? You know how in the friendship breakup, one person goes with the person with the money, the other person doesn't. But here's the interesting thing about what actually happened, okay? Rob Holiday, when he called Bonna, with Diddy right beside him, offered her a settlement. And he offered her a settlement. He offered her a settlement for everything that Diddy put her through. Our sources are saying that settlement was at least $1 million offer. How do we not know about this? How does the jury not know about this? Because if you look at the transcript, when Bonna tried to talk about Diddy's settlement offer, they kept saying, objection. Objection, Your Honor. Why were they saying objection? Because if we knew that you offered this girl at least $1 million, some say north of $1 million, but at least $1 million, and what are you doing it for? Diddy's notoriously cheap. His house got raided because he didn't want to pay Little Rob $50K, and what he owed him for publishing for that flop of the album, the Love album, okay? But also, it does actually show that something happened, even though Diddy is trying his best to say that nothing happened. On top of that, with that settlement offer, it shows that the timeline, which might be off by a day or two, it 100% happened. Imagine the audacity. Imagine the sheer, the audacity, right? The sheer unmitigated gall to literally try to get a mistrial off in an event you know that happened. You know, let's say that those injuries didn't come from Diddy. Are there no injuries when somebody holds you up over a balcony and you're fighting for your life and they throw you into furniture? Now you're saying the and but, right? It didn't happen. But if it did happen, I didn't injure her when I threw her in the furniture. Diddy, you have to pick a lane. Again, the Rob Holiday phone calls, and that's why they were fighting to keep that evidence out. Now, they were successful because they said, and here's the thing why they were successful in keeping it out. They said that Rob was calling her to settle to keep her from filing a potential civil suit against Diddy. Okay? This is a criminal case, and civil suits and criminal cases cannot be combined. So meaning if there was another criminal case, maybe they could have brought it up. But the fact that it was a civil suit, you cannot bring up civil suits or civil litigation in a criminal trial. Okay? You just can't. Especially offers a settlement. Sorry, guys. These allergies are kicking my butt. Eyes watering, going crazy. Zyrtec season, right? I don't even have allergies. And this New York summer is getting to me. In any case, to make a long story longer, because they said it was to stop potential civil litigation and not potential criminal litigation, that shouldn't be allowed under the hearsay rules. Now, I do want to say that the prosecution, I think, could have made an argument that it was not just civil. Bonna literally could have gotten Diddy charges for attempted murking. Why? Because what other intent do you have but to murk someone if you're holding them over a 17th floor balcony, threatening to drop them? Bonna, she is a little thing, but she could have been too heavy for Diddy. I don't know how he was holding her up over the 17th floor, but they say crackheads because they said, you know, Diddy was always high. This was their own team said they always get monumental strength, right? So maybe it was the spirit of the Tucci that moved Diddy and compelled Diddy, okay? But the point of the matter is, I think the prosecutions may be, what's going on? I think the prosecution may be, what's going on? There's all these unmarked vehicles with like lights flashing.
What does it mean to provide medical care without borders? It means we never ask patients, which side are you on, or how much can you pay? Instead, we ask, how can we help? At Doctors Without Borders, our job...
Anyway, right? An argument can be made that he did it to keep it from also going to criminal, because that was criminal action. So what do we have? Today, it's going to be the mistrial showdown, okay? A lot's going on in court today. Today is going to be the mistrial showdown. It is going to be proving, okay, that, and also for the prosecutions to say, for the defense to accuse the prosecution of lying and making up evidence. I think I know what's going on. Donald Trump said that he would pardon Diddy if he was treated unfairly. Now, here's the thing. I don't think Donald Trump is going to pardon Diddy for a number of reasons. The first being that Diddy was buddy with Mark Garagos. He's super tight with Mark. Tinny Garagos, one of his lawyers, is Mark's daughter. Ben Masalas, the Midas touch, huge Democratic media thing. His father, Ben Masalas, was one of Diddy's interns. They're super tight. Ben Masalas' father, Kenneth Masalas, has been Diddy's longtime managing business lawyer for like over 20 years. They vacationed at each other's houses. They were super tight. Now, it is true that about a year ago, he got cut from that law firm. It is true a year ago, he got cut from that law firm. How there's still anything. Mark Garagos, Ben Masalas. If you don't remember, there were a lot of political rumors that Michael Avenatti and Stormy Daniels, remember the impeachment of Trump? That was spearheaded from Mark Garagos, right? Ron Burkle, Diddy's billionaire baby dad, right? That's the godfather to all of Diddy's kids. And it's also the person that helped him buy Revolt, that helped him with Sean John. Actually, all of his ventures, Ron Burkle and his private equity fund were the main investors in that. So Diddy came in as black owned, and true, a black person did own a portion of it, but Ron Burkle and his private equity funds were literally Diddy's godfather and guardian angel. There is any video up where Diddy calls Ron Burkle his, says that Ron Burkle threw him a coming out party because he just wanted to announce everything to the public. I'm just watching to make sure they don't go on without me. Okay, so where are we at? Ron Burkle, Ben Masalas, Mark Garagos, and a bunch of other Democrat heavyweights literally Trump feels push that, and this is what the political streets are saying, okay? Go do your own research, but push them and Michael Avenatti and Stormy Daniels in order to impeach Trump, okay? They thought that it was the last of Trump. Diddy even took their sides. I know Diddy and Trump are friends, or were friends, but Trump is incredibly vindictive. He does not forget any slights at all. The fact that that actually happened, it makes me think that Trump wants Diddy to kiss the rings, Trump wants Diddy to grovel, Trump wants Diddy to bankrupt himself, and he's still gonna say no. That's what I think. He's a June Gemini. When you got beef with them, it ends when everything ends. I'm just taking action. He's a June Gemini, and June Gemini's like, yeah, you can't be crossing them like that and think that they're just gonna play nice, right? So we have all that with what's going on, okay? So, but that doesn't mean that Diddy doesn't know that Trump's playing with them. And what do I know? If you guys are MAGA, let me know in the chat. Do y'all think Trump is partying this person? Well, what's going on with Elon? I don't think that he can afford another public media thing right now, right? Because Elon and them are trying to get him out of here, or at least get him impeached. Because if you guys don't know, J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, who used to be Elon's and for PayPal, Peter Thiel actually funded J.D. Vance and got him in as, the press is going in, funded J.D. Vance and got him in as VP, right? If Trump gets out of there, J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, baby, Peter Thiel's the PayPal mafia, South African, Elon Musk, all this and that and the third. The whole point of the matter is, Diddy might not know that Trump is playing with him, or maybe Trump is serious. I really honestly don't know. It's anybody's guess, right? Trump does what Trump wants to do. However, if Diddy thinks it's serious, Diddy doesn't need to be right. He just needs to start speculation that the public will believe. Oh, we're about to go? We're about to go inside. He just needs to start speculation that the public's going to believe. Meaning that, what did Trump say? If they can find proof that he was treated unfairly, then guess what? He will look into pardoning him. And all you have to do is show the prosecution's lied. This happened. The media attention. All you have to do is create a narrative and get the media to believe it and get the public to believe it. And once the public believes it, if you can get a pardon, that will be enough to say you were treated unfairly. But I want to say, not on my watch. There will be no false narratives, especially badly done PR narratives from his PR people on the ground. There will be no PR narratives pushed forward. Baby, not on our watch. No. And listen, so the prosecution is coming in, and you know they are hot, to accuse a U.S. attorney. These people have bought down El Chapo, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell. They have bought down so many bigwigs. And you need to tell me that they have to throw away their professional integrity to get Diddy to go down? Diddy, have you lost your mind? Have you really think they lied and put the whole integrity of their office to take Diddy down? Listen, Diddy has lost his mind, but it wouldn't be, listen, it wouldn't be the first time. Listen, I 100% believe the victims. I 100% believe that Diddy is guilty. And I 100% believe that if he is going free, sooner or later, he is going to hurt somebody. Even the way he was stomping Cassie. And Jane Doe is testifying today that Diddy not only beat her up, but made her perform a freak off immediately after. Chased her around the house, dragged her, made her perform a freak off after. Anyway, y'all, I gotta go into the court. I'll see y'all soon. Make sure y'all there. Oh, also, I'll be on Nancy Grace today at 9:30. Let me know. Talk to y'all later. Bye.
Want to get rid of this visceral fat? Check this out.
This is how to get in shape fast.
What is the best way to lose this central obesity? Some people call it belly fat.
I'm gonna drink lime and ginger water every morning to lose weight.
It's okay. Any other ideas?
I'm thinking about running on the treadmill again.
Meaning, they ain't got to do none of that shit Diddy had them doing. Now, let me show you how. See, now let's also look at the world of being broke in the real world. See, in the real world, see, in one word, they'll say, man, 10,000, that's a lot of money. I'll take that 10,000. Now, watch how somebody break down that $10,000. Check this out. For those who thought it was a lot of money. Let's go. We live on the internet. She was living freaky. She was living freak off to freak off. Did he still pay her rent? $10,000 a month. By 30 is $333 a day. She was being a certified porn star for $333 a day. Selling cooch to a billionaire for $333 a day is nasty. You know what I'm saying? That's a person that think like me. When I was like, yo, some people don't look at the future. You don't have to look at numbers. Now, anybody on this channel, when I went into the article on broke, I said, you got to look at your monthly budget. Sometimes you got to look at your yearly budget. Man, if you know what your salary say, you supposed to already know how much you got to kick out in rent. It's a future thing. So did he do the game of, I can say 10,000 a month, but she ain't going to realize that shit really 300 a day. And guess what? He put her ass in a 2-year contract, y'all. And guess what else? Guess how she got jerked? Because they right. Guess how they right? Because Diddy had them jumping off with rich people. So when you with rich people, man, that's $1,000 a day. He paid them $333 a day. That's what a regular chick was doing. That's nothing. $330 a day, y'all. That's nothing. That's how he was playing their ass and putting them in a contract. Meanwhile, your ass on lockdown for 2 years, 24 months, and this man got your ass working. So I'm going to say, y'all, this shit is looking is in trouble. It was a client list. You just think rappers, entertainers? No. I'm looking at it for what it is. They was going to Diddy, the CEOs, the doctors, the preachers, the rich executives. He was making it happen for them. I got you. You get it? I think this fool was pimping, but doing this slick new contract. When I said Cashman ain't making no records, you getting more money doing other stuff. Go in the room with T.D. Jakes. Go in the room. All right? You Punisher, go in the room with T.D. Jakes. T.D. Jakes already cut the check to the company. All right? But I told you, Cat Williams put a nice curse on their ass. That's why you're going to see ever since they finished, they've been done. That's right. She was living freak off to freak off. Diddy paid her rent $10,000 a month. Guess who's the joke now? BT, that's who. Huh? BT's the joke. See how BT was joking on Shannon? They been was telling you he's a fruity man. They been joking on BT. Look at it. Look what they did to Shannon, y'all. This Saturday Night Live, y'all. That ain't Cat Williams and Shannon. No, they was getting trolled. Look what they did to Shannon, y'all. That's y'all black hero. Go watch Shannon Sharp, y'all. And on top of that, he's accused for a white woman. The joke on y'all, BT. Y'all all the joke. Look at Shannon, y'all. Let's go. I'm about to do the recap. But first, while LA is wilding out, look at Vegas. Live stream shows an idiot with a pistol opening fire on crowded Las Vegas Strip outside the casino as 2 people reportedly RIP. So you're going to see chaos all over. It's more. I didn't get to load the other pit. Y'all know in New York, they got some stuff starting up right now too. Yup. It's some slick, low-key protesting right now in New York as we speak. Because those roundups, they got people acting a fool. So I'm gonna get an update. But as we speak, New York's starting to cook. I'm gonna assume in New York it's gonna be cooking. So anybody see what people gotta understand, the main thing about these protests and these situations, right?
Hey,
Check it out.
Malaya.
Now y'all remember where California also had the biggest homeless tent cities. But see, as these things go down, anybody on the street getting cleaned up anyway. That's how it's going to pan out. So you looking at the protest, now you got to look at all the people that was already in the streets, the drug addicts, the gangbangers, anybody that needed the streets to sell their drugs. Can't sell drugs no more. They also are hunting down the cartels. They know a lot of cartels in LA. There's a lot of stuff going on. They also know LA is a strong haven for a lot of stuff. So I'm looking at it like this. It's more than just a protest because other stuff got to get done. I'm smart enough to also know if anybody in Los Angeles selling that Fetty, their ass going to get snatched up too. That's right. Anybody in Los Angeles dealing with that trafficking in the hood, they coming for their ass. So I'm telling you, it ain't just this. The whole city about to get shaken down right as we speak. The whole city. That's what you're watching, y'all. Because remember, when troops come down, they're not coming to waste their time just with them only. No. Anything moving on them streets, getting checked. Anything on them streets without ID, you getting jacked up. That's right. Guess what else they're going to do in certain hoods? Knock on doors. That's right. So even the troops, in my opinion, the troops are going to be just for reinforcements. In my opinion, the troops are going to be to shut down perimeters. That's what the troops are going to be for. Know that part. The dummies going to be the front line dummies, the National Guard. The troops locking down perimeters, watching that sky, snipers on a roof. Trust me on that. Trust me on that. So when I saw the people from California, you know, the politicians, that lady said this might go on for a couple days. So all you got to know is, y'all, it's about to heat up. And in New York, it's about to go down too. So when you get there, it was a protest behavior pushed on the internet. Black Lives Matter. Floyd. Trayvon. I can't breathe. Remember that? Well, guess what? I'll tell you this. This time, if you wild out, you'll never be seen again. And this ain't the Martin Luther King Day. So you know what that means? This time protesting, you ain't just going to no regular ass jail. And guess what else? They said it yesterday. If you spit, they will hit. If you spit, they're going to handle you like you spit on a federal officer. And you're going to be cooked. Either way. That's what they do. They got the right to beat your ass and put you in federal prison. Yup. This is what I said. Use your brain. A lot of y'all have been on the internet. Y'all been talking about these camps, FEMA camps. Family, do you think Los Angeles jail is enough to hold the people they're going to lock up? Well, if you can figure that out, then you'll probably know who's going in the fucking camp. Because they're not going to a regular jail. Nope. Sorry. Like I said, they said it yes. What they said on the news yesterday. Los Angeles is 50% immigrants. 50%. When I told them, I said, yo, the blacks in Los Angeles are the most delusional. They're the most outnumbered. What I say about the blacks in LA. The blacks in LA be talking black power, but their ass never been to the East Coast. They never even been in no real black cities. They were raised in the desert. They were taught black power through books. Because the truth is, the blacks in California always been outnumbered. Plus, the blacks in California was programmed to what? Slay each other. Slay each other. That's Los Angeles. Los Angeles was always the grandstand for blacks to slay each other. That's what it always meant. So when they was the ones talking the most black talk, they were the biggest hypocrites. Because while they were talking black and slaying each other, other nations kept moving. They said they got hot Asian. Run LA. Run that shit. Asian. Filipino. What? You mean to tell me after the Vietnam War, the Vietnamese got more clout in LA than the blacks? Yup. blacks in LA ain't learned to this day they gonna always be treated like trash. They ain't learned yet. Why you think all they got left in LA, the blacks? All they ass on the internet. Because in LA, it was never meant for blacks. They only need blacks to do certain shit. And if them blacks don't do what they need them to do, freaky shit, they ain't got nothing for them. So then you won't see why they broke. That's right. Once Hollywood done with you, you're finished. Anybody want to know how it is when Hollywood done with you? You go watch the movie Boogie Nights. When Hollywood is done with you, a straight man, he will be sucking penis after that. Yes, he will, because he got to get a check. Their money came from executives, not from other rappers, y'all. Their co-workers never made them rich. It was the executives. All right? When those executives don't want to touch on that boy named Young Bird and Ray J, they finish. When this rich executive had all that money and Young Bird telling me he was around Diddy and Diddy ain't touch on him, no, he said you was a pretty mother, all right? And Diddy ain't said it to nobody. He said to Fabulous, hey, we gonna party. So you, Young Bird, he said you was a pretty mother, all right? And that's why I've been called Diddy Nino Brown. And he gonna tell just like Nino Brown. Even Nino Brown said, pretty motherfucker, and then told on everybody. That's Diddy. Young Bird, you need to just shut up. Because we know you and Ray J are lovers, bro. So stop it. All right, that's it, man. That's why now all y'all doing now is having computer love. Meanwhile, that whole island look like it stink. The whole Star Island look like it stink, don't it? You see how Diddy got bad karma? It's supposed to be a exotic island, but somehow the water look cloudy. That shit look depressing. I'm gonna be real, y'all. I don't want to go to Star Island. Sorry. If somebody say I can come and chill right now, I don't want to go to hell. No, fuck that. The spirit of Diddy is all over that shit. All right, the spirit. I'm gonna be delusional when I go there. I'm gonna start thinking baby all trying to get. I'm gonna be paranoid and shit. I don't want to be out there, man. Especially when it get dark. I'm gonna be hearing lost souls of men that got RIPE and shit. Help, help, help. I'm gonna be hearing all that shit. I ain't rock with none of y'all, man. Now you see how Diddy had it set up? They can destroy you in the backyard and you screaming. The neighbors be like, oh, that's Diddy them again. And they always party. You know what Diddy neighbor said? Ain't no party like a Diddy party. Man, that fool always doing something. That's what they was doing out there, y'all. Guess who else lived at the mansion? Guess who else? Let's go. Let's update the memory bank. The Punisher. Cassie lived there too. Guess who else was there? And guess when Young Bergen was there? When Cassie was there? Guess who Cassie was doing shit too? All right. But now, right? Let's look at who really was at the Freak Off Mansion. Fat Joe. Cause we taking on. Don't Fat Joe always tell y'all he discovered DJ Khaled? Google it. Family, I told you, when it comes to this stuff, I'm a nerd. When it comes to rap, streets, I'm a nerd. I don't forget nothing, y'all. I was supposed to know how to break down computers, but I was stupid, so I had to start learning how to just break down rap stuff, because that's all I had. So I know this stuff because I'm a nerd. So look at Fat Joe, y'all. Look at LL. The first rapper Diddy ever paid for a feature was LL Cool J and Busta Rhymes. Bad boy history. LL Cool J is right there, flavor in your ear. He taught us about he-she's. We had no clue what the hell that was. In Fat Joe, can't you see he was always a Ciroc salesman? So, who you think was at the Freak Off Mansion with DJ Khaled and Rick Ross? So I'm going to say it again. You Google how many times Fat Joe told you he discovered DJ Khaled. But when he said discovered DJ Khaled, do you know what he really meant? Yeah, he told you he discovered DJ Khaled. He was always with Rick Ross. Now, you saw Rick Ross kiss Diddy in the mouth. All right, then. But you still didn't get Fat Joe, huh? All right. You see that Ciroc right there, right? Why Fat Joe ain't in court? How we know those ain't tainted bottles Diddy gave him to get to somebody? How we know that? Hey, Fat Joe, if you were smart, delete all your accounts, bro. That shit looking like evidence, bro. It looking like you got evidence, bro. It look like you got a storehouse. Now you see why Diddy was pimping their ass? Can you now see why they're guilty by association? Why they so broke they got to start a YouTube channel when Diddy don't pay you to push the rock no more? All right then. And they still show their face, but you had no clue. Fat Joe was a Ciroc boy. All right, you get it? So I'm just gonna keep showing y'all. They all in your face. And now you're gonna see what? Since the powers that be locked up, they got no more checks. So look, it's not a coincidence. Diddy's in court for making men dress up. Here's the proof. Here's the proof. The latest fad in America, y'all. Gangsters dressing up. It's normal now, y'all. The Gucci Man program, Young Thug program has worked. All right? This a fake-ass gangster from New York City, y'all. He done shot in crowds, shot people, but meanwhile, he's a cross-dresser. Because gangster rap is dead. Anybody that calls themselves a gangster, they can't make money no more. Anybody that calls themselves a gangster and never had a real job, never cashed a check, they got felonies, never took care of themselves, they sleep on your couch, they hang outside all day with shit, they might be selling their ass. You know them Negroes that ain't got shit, but they keep their cell phone, and they always keep their shit tucked, and they always reading their phone, and they always dipping off with their phone, they be getting dates and shit. Yeah, they be tricking off. That's them. Matter of fact, he be in the house all day, he go out there, he sleep all day and go out at night, right? Okay then. That's them. That's the new world, y'all. Gangster cross-dressers. Don't play around with him. He'll shoot your ass. Why? He was raised by rappers. He was raised by the best. Fat Joe the gangster, man. All right? That's right. No, y'all, they got altered and flipped on this internet. Let's go back to the top of the top. Black entertainment. Here's your new celebrity. She's the favorite, y'all. Oprah though was shitting on Taraji. Live at the event, Oprah, pandering, showing love, embracing. Second time she did it. Taraji P, what she do? Come on the internet, trash Oprah. Oprah ain't take care of her. She said, I got something for y'all, man. I'm not dealing with y'all no more. From now on, I'm getting all my celebrities from out the country. Even though they've been doing it, stick it to y'all. That's right. We'll stick it to y'all. No, sorry, Black entertainers. We're not doing those funny movies. We're not doing parody no more. That's it. See that? So Oprah run the show now, y'all. Being that he in jail, she run the shit. So now she says who a star, who ain't. Even though she been doing it. But see, he control the money. She control the talent. Whatever she need to get it done, or the film, all that, he behind her, backing her. But now she run the whole shit. Now, if Oprah don't rock with you, you ain't gonna be nothing. That's it. But when I say they created their own celebrities, if Taraji, maybe if Taraji didn't run her mouth, Oprah wouldn't have got nobody else. So it's not a coincidence. In all forms, from basketball, football, all things entertainment, has been this competitive replacement. But this the real world. This your job. This your neighborhood. Hey, you looking for a house right now? It's competitive. You looking for an apartment. Hey, you on a list for a project. It don't matter. It's a list. It's competition now. When you get the concept, the world is diverse, and you're not at the top, then you'll get it clear. You're not the favorite because you are the favorite of a particular era. See, I got right here. I'm talking about entertainment control right here. But really, you guys been the favorite ever since the 1920s, since the Renaissance era. So this is really the end of what started in the Renaissance era, y'all. That's honest to God truth. Because after slavery, the Renaissance era was when y'all was on y'all feet and y'all started to win. And y'all were favored. So y'all cry today, but the early 1900s, y'all were favored. Y'all was moving to Chicago, New York, Philly. Y'all had them good jobs in Detroit. Y'all was okay. But somehow, y'all got so wrapped up in entertainment, y'all just couldn't do nothing else. So it's the end of the era. And when y'all was on the top, when y'all got crowned, that was the 80s. Y'all had Michael Jackson, Prince, Whitney Houston was at the top, Mike Tyson, Michael Jordan, right? Oprah Winfrey had a daytime talk show. Wherever y'all went, y'all was right there. Bill Cosby in rotation, top sitcom. Bill Cosby, top sitcom. Oprah, top TV show, live. Mike Tyson, best boxing match. But don't forget, you still have Muhammad Ali, all that. Sugar Ray Leonard, y'all had all the boxers. Y'all ran boxing. That was y'all sport, hands down. We all out of boxing now. Okay, then. Basketball, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson. Y'all had them all. We all at now. Okay. At this time, 80s, y'all at the top of everything. Okay, let's talk politics. Y'all got Jesse Jackson. Meaning he ran for president, 84. See that? Y'all were talking about this man for president. Y'all so stupid. Y'all ran in president 84. That's why I told you. Anybody not in this country before 2008, they're a foreigner. Huh? Y'all ran for president in the goddamn 80s. Y'all been at the top. Y'all were winning. Turn on TV, George and Weezy. Wherever y'all went, nobody said nothing. Nobody hated on y'all. Y'all was straight. But what happened is y'all got lost in your own black world. And then the thing called crack came out. And ever since crack came out, y'all been destroying the fuck out of each other. That's y'all. So time's up. Nothing produced. Y'all all played the game of hide the bread, hide the cheese. Get everything for yourself. So now y'all all left by yourself. It's called divide and conquer. Now that y'all divided, we got a new star from the UK. That's what happened. After y'all trashed each other on the internet, spilling tea on each other, destroying each other, y'all didn't know y'all were ruining y'all brands. Y'all all ruined y'all brands every time you hit the live button, but you didn't know that. You didn't know that as a Hollywood actor, only place you want your face is on that big screen. But y'all started reducing yourself because y'all got tricked with the internet too. The internet was to destroy you and y'all fans. Destroy y'all and y'all fans. They called the end of an era. So I'm showing you now how they really turned them into actors on the internet. This is why you saw them hit the live button more than any fucking thing else. Because they had Big Dot reduced. They didn't know that. She was doing this in Africa when it was a writer's strike. Because also when these celebrities are broke and embarrassed, they run out the country. That's what they do. If they want to get away, they pick a country they can go hide at real quick. That's them. That's why you never saw them going out the country so much in the past couple years, especially since R. Kelly went to jail. Y'all don't notice nothing. See, to me, like since R. Kelly went to jail, they've been trying to look for somewhere to live overseas, y'all. This was her in Africa. Know what this was? Remember after she got in trouble for her and Ari Spears being accused of that minor stuff? Right after that, her ass ran to Africa. So I'm telling you, I know they ass live out the country because Hollywood is dead. And before they live in a neighborhood where we can see they broke ass, they going overseas. Yes, they are. They're not living around us broke. Hell no. Hell no. And they're not stupid, y'all. They know this rent costs. They're not rich like that. Tiffany Haddish ain't big like that. No. BT is dead. You will never, ever see Tiffany Haddish in a movie again. Unless it's low level. I'm talking about, if I'm talking about star and role, never. And if I'm wrong, come back and holler at me. Daddy's gone, y'all. No more checks. No more checks. All right? Lee Daniels, he was favored. But the thing is this. With him and Dame Dash was beefing? Nah, y'all. That was because Dame Dash was jealous. Dame Dash was jealous because Harvey didn't want his ass no more. That's all that was. Harvey was done with Dame Dash ass. Get it? For real, for real. So he was just hating. That's all that was. Dame was jealous. See? Life after. Can you just see how clean Dame look? Remember when I told you, you get around these people, you get a different glow? Look at that glow on Dame. See how when you're in Hollywood, it's a different lights, camera, action? Now look at Dame. But one thing Dame proved us, when he couldn't suck penis for a check no more, he couldn't get no more money. Because when he ain't had no more backing, he couldn't get no more money. It's proven already. All right? Only because they had fun with their ass. Only because they liked him. Huh? Only because Dame busted open. How we know that? Because we see nothing else. But one thing Dame did was finesse the hell out of black men with a lot of talking. He talked his ass off, y'all. I mean, guess what, y'all? The truth, yo. He talked so much for real. That's why his teeth fell out. That's the only reason why. He been talking his ass off his whole life. That's why his real teeth fell out just like that, because he just talked his ass off. But he probably gonna tell you back in the day he got his shit knocked out too. But Dan was also telling us he was so desperate for a check from the white man. He was so desperate for a check. Dan was really trying to tell the white man his teeth come out. You get it? Bingo. Dan was really trying to tell the white man, I still can work. Don't forget about me, y'all. I still work too. Hey, y'all, I still work too. See that? I still work. I still work. Dan was telling them, I still work. How we know that? Because when Dave started working, Dave ain't get no more checks. That's how we know that. No more checks, bro. So, let's go back to Cameron. Who keeps telling you they believe Cameron and Dame Dash go hand in hand? Now you see why Cameron broke? Now you see why they all doing bad? All right. The white man took his hand off on Brute. Let's look at their biggest movie. So let's look at it plain as day. Did they go forward after this movie or did they go backwards? This is why Black Hollywood is not respected. A lot of millionaires, a lot of money they made. This 2002, it's 2025, 23 years ago, Michael Jordan. Did they go forward or back? Let's look at this film. Did they increase the entertainment or did they destroy it? Which one is it? All right then. So now you see, without the white executives backing them with the money, providing them with the best everything, somehow they couldn't think on their own, which means they were not the bosses they portrayed. When I got proof that Jay-Z did not make nobody career successful, when his wife is getting dragged to this day for not selling tickets, I have enough proof on Jay-Z that he don't make nobody successful and he don't make nobody rich at all. And they all clowns now. See that? See? All right. This is why it's over. Anybody affiliated with Diddy, they're never coming back. Kevin Hart, Jay-Z. Any more questions, Beyonce? Pennywise wing lady? Y'all all are embarrassed. They be humiliated. They called her up and said, tell her get dressed. That's right. Make a fool out yourself. Make 47 feel good. That's what they said, y'all. If they don't want to go to jail. Yep. 47 got all about the balls. You ain't noticed that? Y'all didn't notice how old Kevin Hart got that fast? Kevin Hart was not that old before Diddy went to jail. Man, when Kevin Hart saw Diddy go to jail, fool, man, Kevin Hart damn near had a stroke, y'all. That man's stressing, guys. You see Kevin Hart, that man's stressing, y'all. You see how short Kevin Hart is? Family, look at the chair. Look how tall Kevin Hart is in the chair. A grown-ass man. No, they were picking his ass up and bouncing his ass around that room. That's what they was doing Kevin Hart. They like Kevin Hart because his face, he had to get on his knees. He had a certain level, right? See that? That's what y'all worship. That's what y'all said funny. That's why Cat Williams said y'all been clowns. Kevin Hart. Ha! Ha, ha, ha. But meanwhile, it's all of them, right? Okay, then. So like I said, right? Cat Williams told you about all of them. Was he lying? Ashton Kutcher. He still ain't good. Why am I showing you this? Just let you know it ain't about race. Anybody around Diddy, they still catching hell. It's not over yet. This also is the proof that you will never see Kevin Hart again. Kevin Hart will never be in a blockbuster movie ever again. But he will be hosting BT this week or whenever they come back. But he will never be on the big screen no more. They will only entertain for black folk. That is it. And that will mostly be on the internet. In the real world, nobody down with Diddy wants to see their face. Nope. That's why they're on the underground. The internet is the underground, a.k.a. prison for black entertainment. That's it. Y'all stay on the underground. Don't take your ass outside. That's y'all. That's what it is, y'all. On that note, I ain't going to hold y'all too long today. Got to take care of some business. Holler at y'all later. I appreciate all y'all. All right? Shout out on the recap. Just know, Young Berg and Ray J just shot themselves, y'all. They just admitted to spending the night at Diddy house. And not only that, we now have the proof that Diddy told Young Berg some of the most freakiest stuff that we have quoted. Now, we have no other quote of Diddy talking to no man like this, but here you go, because all the men were consensual. All male platforms will now be pandering to their male fans, their gay fans. Cameron had a man stripper on the show for his fans last week, and now Ray J and Young Berg talk about man love. That's the new entertainment. All right? Have fun for Pride Month. I'm proud of all y'all. All right? Young Berg says he's done with Diddy after Diddy called him pretty and a fine ass at Star Island Mansion. No, it's not Star Island. I'll tell you again. Y'all my people need to take off. Address this shit as the freak-off mansion. That's what it is. Ain't no stars. It was just a lot of washed-up celebrities seeing stars. Because when Diddy on your ass, bam, you're going to be seeing stars. That's why it's Star Island. And when you finish, you're going to be seeing stars for about a week. That's what happened to your ass. That fool had parties there 4 days, y'all. 3 to 4 days. Where the hell you can't leave, bro? This fool on drugs, he can't go to sleep. But if you go to sleep in that party, guess what's gonna happen to you? Y'all know damn well that house look like it smell like a gym. Y'all know that. Man, I don't know what you're talking about. I think his real house was California, and that was his house strictly for freaky purposes. Sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, man. What I know now, I know that crib stink, bro. You ain't telling me shit. Because it look hot. It look like that. It look like, y'all know about when that heat be so hot, the AC don't work. That's how that house look like. The AC will be on y'all. Sunbeam, and you still hot in that shit. And he used that shit for an excuse to walk around in a fucking towel and shit. Hell no, I ain't going to that house. They was, though. We know damn well Diddy walk around the house butt naked. He probably there butt naked, the Punisher, all that shit. Cassie there. How we know that? Well, that's the house where he was at with Kid Cudi. Car got blown up. That's around the same time. Oh, that's around the same. All these stories you getting is what was going down in Miami. When I said in Miami and Atlanta, they was doing the most. Thank you, young bird, for proving it. You want me to believe this horny ass man on mushrooms and sex drugs was going to talk to you nasty and don't do nothing? Huh? If he tugged on Little Rod and you a producer too, stop it, young bird. It's starting to show. Y'all all are like bitter, washed up, used and abused men. All right? So from now on, this is what you do. Look at all the celebrities and play this game in your head. Are they happy or not? And you'll see how they look. It's very simple. Let me show you happy. This fake happy right here. This fake happy. See that? This called make 47 feel good. Clown yourself. You was talking about black power. Put that flag on, girl, and maybe you'll be spared. See that? They turned Beyonce to a prostitute, y'all. Yup. That's right. They said she got to make a personal layout for all the men in D.C. Yep. This is a special photo shoot for the men in D.C. It's classified information of her butt naked. Allegedly. We ain't going to get to see it, though. Yeah. Because her husband was pro-black. Even though he was playing make-believe. He was, this is a joke on y'all too, black people. Check out this joke Jay-Z played on you. He said, only time I'm pro-black, nigga, is on Halloween. He said, only time I'm pro-black for real is Halloween. I'm not pro-black for real. I just dress like that on Halloween. Hell no, I ain't pro-black. Ain't no such thing as being pro-black. But all my money come from white. Do you now finally get this shit was a dream and a lie, y'all? How was it ever black excellence when the white people signed the report card? Filled out the report card, created the whole shit. Excellent. Stop it. No, it was called portraying a role of excellence. But really, we selling their ass failure 24/7. Take failure and package it as excellence, and they will buy it. That's what Jay-Z did. That's why he's a magician. Yeah, it's the truth. Just know that that was his puppet master. He was the voice box. He was the false prophet that spit the lies out that you bought. That's what it was all about. Those are the ones that controlled his soul. All right, that's it. That's why nobody can spare him or Fat Joe. See, Fat Joe, this is what Diddy meant, a willing participant. Your Honor, I didn't make Fat Joe sell Ciroc. I didn't tell him to knock nobody out. He down with us. The question is, we don't know if Fat Joe took them bottles back to the Bronx. Diddy could have been doing it in Miami. He could have been doing it in the Bronx. We don't know. But we do know one thing. Fat Joe was a Ciroc and a baby oil salesman. Yup. But this is your new black entertainment right here. So let me close out while black entertainment is dead. It's not dead. It's just that this is your new black entertainment. It's called man on man action. That's right. I'm talking about for the bros. The woman is something different. Let me prove to y'all. Man on man action. LL, Fat Joe, man crushed on each other. Man on man action. Yeah. What else? Some more man on man action. Well, go check out the new video with Ray J and Young Bird. Talk about Diddy flirting with him. Let's look at the quote. I ain't want to say it again, but here you go. According to Bird, Diddy greeted him with a suggestive comment. Come here, you pretty mother. Understand, Bird felt a wave of pink unease wash over him, all over his body. As the situation escalated, Diddy made another comment after Young Berg hit him the first time. I made men forget about women. Imagine when I put my arms around your fine ass. And Bird didn't hit him again. Bird didn't hit him again. Bird didn't hit. Bird, is it a story you punched Diddy in the face? Okay then. If you didn't hit him, I'm going to say after that, you was a willing participant. Either way, bro. Stop it. Hey, Young Bird, they go in this house right now and find your DNA on the roof. So stop that shit. I'm talking about the inside the roof. And your blood is in a goddamn corner somewhere in a little room. So stop it, bro. We know what he did to you. Berg, sensing the discomfort and potential danger of the situation, decided to exit the scene. He recounted his immediate fear and the relief he felt once he was out of Diddy's. Oh, man. He was so scared, y'all. He wasn't safe till he left Diddy. No, fool. Diddy was getting that ass. He wasn't leaving Star Island, nigga. So stop playing, bro. You was not getting off that island unless Diddy got some of that ass. So stop it. You think, come on, y'all. He going to have that man in his house, call him a pretty MFer, and he ain't do nothing. So he just went back to bed after that. Good night, guys. Stop it, Young Bird. They telling on themselves. Especially they was younger too. Now they just old men. Now he just an old man that got touched on now. Look, Young Bird is an old man that got touched on now. He ain't about shit. Plus, they can't go back home. They ain't got no home. LA shut down. I bet you Young Bird live in Atlanta. On that note, y'all, I got shit to do. We out of here, y'all. Appreciate all of y'all once again. We out. Shout out to the replay game. Shout out to everybody in tune. More coming this week. Members only this week. I got a minimum of 3 new joints coming. On that note, we out. One, enjoy your day. Monday. Stay motivated. Stay getting to it. And mind your business. We out, boy. So, well, you're not the favorite no more. You see how Kevin Hart look? Now look back then when he was with Diddy. Look, see, light before Diddy. See, after all them drugs and all that, Kevin Hart was in shape. Now look at him. Look how he looked dried out and abused. He looks bitter. You see how they got money, but they can't be happy? It's in their face, y'all. They cannot be happy at all. They can't. Because they sold their soul. When you sell your soul, you sell your happiness too. You ain't got no soul, bro. You got a fake laugh for the rest of your life. Look at Shannon Sharp, y'all. Saturday Night Live was baking his ass. You mean he was a football player that turned to a young boy and then turned into a feminine young boy? Yep. Shannon Sharp is a feminine young boy, but he really 58 years old. Thanks, Linnell. Thank you.
And she was like, well, no. And the judge was like, well, okay. She's like, well, we don't actually know the identity. This case just has so many ebbs and flows and changes and adjustments. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see what Inner City Press is telling us this morning. So the most cutting edge thing that's going on right now is that the defense has filed for a mistrial. And I do Oh my gosh, y'all. New York City is so freaking noisy. I might put my headphones on. I don't think that's going to help. Well, I might put my headphones on to reduce some of the noise for you guys. But I do have a copy of the mistrial motion, and I want to explain it to you as we get going. Now, today's witness is going to be Jane Doe all day. We are calling her Jane. We are not, y'all. We are not going to put her real name in the chat. But it says, how did the transcript show? Someone has a good question. I love answering you guys this question. I just lost it. Good morning in chat. Watching my legal bestie from Northern Virginia. Thanks for joining us. You asked, why isn't this showing? How did the transcripts show so much different information than what you all hear while you're there? Pardon my ignorance. I don't think it shows different. That's an excellent question, but I don't think what it's showing is different. I think it's more specific. So, you have to understand, we're not even allowed to have a laptop. Like if I had a laptop, I actually type much faster than I write, because all throughout law school, we used laptops and took our notes on there. So as a result, I write really slow with handwriting. And so you've just got to handwrite, and you only can really pick up the gist of it there. So I think that's why there can be differences. But usually it's not like a huge difference. It's just less specific than the transcript. Do y'all like transcript readings? Y'all, some of them be so damn boring. I don't know how y'all do it. I don't know. Okay, let's go. All right. So let's go ahead. Let's see what Inner City Press has started. Let me see. You can see it here. It says, we are now at day 19. Jane is still on direct. There are issues regarding anonymity. Y'all, that's why I didn't go in that courtroom today. Let me tell y'all. Y'all, I love y'all. But I was like, y'all gonna get me put out this courtroom. So I actually, part of it, I said, I'm not about to go in this courtroom, because y'all out here cutting up. You put names in the chat. Don't do that. Jane is Jane. You put names in the chat. And then somebody this weekend reposted me, like a Twitter page with over 2 million views on the tweet, reposted me saying that Jane needs to get a job, and it gave who they believe Jane is, and it named her. I have never said and won't ever say who Jane is. Now I'm still kind of confused as to why Jane gets to be anonymous, but whatever. You said, do you like the transcript reading? Always put a spin on it. So-called Jane Doe is going to get destroyed by Diddler's lawyers. Oh yeah, it's going to be bad. So I did some research over this weekend, because as you may have seen, I was myself and other lawyers in the courtroom. I'm talking legal analysts for the major networks. We were in there and we were so confused as to what her testimony was supposed to be supporting for like the first full day. At one point, like I wrote in my notes, and my homegirl, who's an attorney for ABC News, she literally goes, what is the charge? Like, what's the charge that this information is supporting? And I have to tell you, when lawyers in the courtroom are having difficulty figuring out what the criminal charge is for something, as this witness is there pouring her heart out, the prosecution may have a problem. It says, unfortunately, attorney, your arguments are going to be used by red pill content creators. Yeah, they don't get it. And the red pill people are like the Kevin Samuels folks. That's not what I'm saying at all. Just, I appreciate you saying that, so I get the chance to clarify. Oh my God, this is nasty. Ew. Excuse me. So overall, what my position on Jane Doe is this, and I want to hear your thoughts in the chat. I probably should try to run a poll, but I'll do that later because I'm ADD and we're going to do first things first. So here's my overall concern with Jane Doe. Overall is that if you're going to have two charges like trafficking that are so serious and also non-traditional, by non-traditional, it's not what the average everyday person would think of. The facts here are not what the average person would think of when we are thinking of someone as trafficked. I think we generally think of like people at those happy ending massage parlors who can't leave. We're thinking of, people who are taken against their will from one location to another and then forced to work or perform, S acts. I think this is just a very novel interpretation of the law. Given that, I felt like if the facts for Jane are not going to be at least as strong as they are for Cassie, then we don't need it. It will confuse it could confuse the jury. It could water down the argument, especially if there are some jurors who already don't want to convict for trafficking for Cassie, then they're definitely not going to feel that way for Jane. It says, I don't think she should have testified. The only thing she proved was that she doesn't think for herself. They are really reaching, some are saying. Oh, thank you. I didn't get my hair done. No, I just watched it, but thanks for asking. Also, y'all peep this. The original indictment, which was filed in September, and each time there's a revision to the indictment, there has to be a new grand jury commission to hear that evidence. But the original indictment, the second indictment, so the amended indictment, which was in January, and the third superseding indictment, which is the one that's overseeing this case, the first two did not mention Jane Doe at all. They didn't even add her trafficking count. So they just barely added her, y'all, in April. In April. I think the document that I have is like April 5th or something like that. So I say that to say, even the prosecution knew that they didn't need her allegations. So I'm just saying, if you're going to use them, get you some really strong ones. Don't get ones. It says they are prostitutes. Stop covering up Diddy's crimes. Where's the over 90 terabytes of FO footage taken from Diddy's house? Hold on. There were 90 terabytes, but we don't know that was FO footage. It was something, but we don't know that it was that. Secondly, I know that this lady's a prostitute. I get it. But again, it goes back to my theory, which is that if you've already got strong evidence of something, you do not then add at the end of the game. Remember, Friday, we're on Monday. Friday is when the prosecution is claiming that they're going to arrest. You don't add weaker evidence at the end. You add the strongest evidence. So if they just needed someone to prove up they're a hooker, we've been had that, but that's not what she's here for. She is there to prove trafficking via fraud, force, and coercion. What's with him and all these women of color? No comment. Yeah, I think, some people are saying what's with him and these Filipino women because of Cassie, and I guess Gina, whatever her name is Asian as well. I think he uses them as sex toys, apparently. They are covering up Diddy's crimes against minors. Trust me, if they had proof of Diddy's crimes against minors, they would be prosecuting that first because it's even easier. The R. Kelly case, that one was even easier because that one was children's trafficking crimes. All right, let me make this larger. I'm going to bring you guys up to date. There is a mistrial motion and that's what they're going over now. They're also talking about the influencers and stuff like that, which is why I'm not in the courtroom, y'all. I'm going to be in there in the afternoon, but I'm not going up there right now. Actually, I need to make sure they're not naming my name because y'all been cutting up over the weekend, people in the chat and different things. I've never said Jane Doe's name, and this judge, is not playing about it. Okay, the Ray J mentioned in the transcript, let me speak to that. It was not singer Ray J. In fact, they asked Bono or whatever that lady's name was, they asked her, you mean Ray J the singer? And she was like, no, I don't think so. Like, she would know if Ray J was her drug dealer. She would absolutely know. You don't live in LA and like confuse Ray J for anybody but Ray J. But currently, right now, they are arguing the mistrial motion. And I'm just going to give you the Cliff's Notes version of it. And then we'll probably look at a few pages of it. It's not super long. So the gist of it is that they're trying to seek a mistrial, claiming that Brianna Bondelin's testimony was straight up lies, that the prosecution knew they were lies, and that they had no business calling her to the stand. It says, but maybe she didn't want to call him out on the stand. Yeah, that they had no business calling her to the stand. And because she got on the stand and basically Nicole Westmoreland cornered her, like backed her into a corner by having her reiterate and just confirm how confident she was regarding the date of her being dingle-dangled. and then confirming that the exact date that she claimed that she was dingle-dangled, and she claimed it in part based on the fact that that was what the timestamp said on the photo of her injuries. They're claiming that on that same day, Diddy was in New York and he was performing at the Bad Boy reunion tour. Hold on, let me pull this up. In other words, can't be two places at once. This girl must be lying. And here's the thing. I don't think she's lying. I'm going to tell you why. So number one, the mistrial will be denied. If a mistrial is granted, all that does is start it all over. It means there's going to be a new trial from scratch. And it's an advantage to the defendant because now he knows all the ways that the other side is going to come at him, that defense is going to come at him. Let me see. I'm trying to find a picture of her bruises. I want to show you this. I'm going to explain why it is that I don't think Brianna was lying. I think it made her look terrible. I think it was definitely a mic drop moment in the courtroom, but I don't think she was lying. The reason why is because after the incident happened, Diddy, for a month, was negotiating a settlement with her through his team, through his people. And here you go. And there's no way Diddy would do that if he didn't in fact dangle her and she wasn't injured. So I'm not confused about that at all. Furthermore, they mentioned the whack producer, Deontay called him a whack producer, Rob Holiday. And with Rob Holiday, it was stated that Rob Holiday, who was also a friend of Brianna Bongoland, that he called to basically try to get her to make this go away, to get her to drop the charges, to see, hey, how much money do you want? Let's see, I got the pictures here. Yeah, to see how much money that she wants. And he wouldn't have done that if it never happened. So really what I think it was is it happened. The girl don't remember the specific date. And she had no business on the stand confirming something she was not 100% sure of. I'm trying to find these. Okay, I'm still trying to show these pictures. Okay, it's not showing. Let's see if I can get I'm trying to show the pictures of the bruises. All right, it's still loading, so we'll take time. We'll get back to it. All right, so that's the basis of the mistrial. It won't be granted. Now let's see what Mr. Inner City Press is referring to now. Here we go. I'm going to make it larger, of course. Hold on. Do I think KK will get charged separately? Actually, I'm glad that you asked me that. Oh, here we go. Why don't I ever mention the recruit from Cassie to KK? I'm not clear. Why don't I ever mention that? First of all, thank you for the super chat, Katrina. The recruit from Cassie to KK? I'm not sure what you mean. Or do you mean that KK was trying to recruit her? I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm in New York. I am just, this morning, I'm still in New York. Yeah, I have a place for the rest of the month. I am just here. I wanted to, one, sleep in, but two, I'm scared. I'm actually scared I'm gonna get kicked out the courtroom because over the weekend, different major blogs were reposting me claiming that I outed Jane Doe, and I absolutely did not. So not true. I owned a business and settled with someone just to make it go away. No, someone is saying, no, I'm not saying it means he did it. You settled with them to make it go away, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I don't think that Diddy would spend a month negotiating with someone over something that didn't happen. He would make that person go away. That person would disappear. That's just what I'm saying. All right, so let's go back. Let's add to the stage the update from Inner City Press. All right, so they're in the courtroom. It says before the jurors come in, the judge says, I have the defense motion to dismiss, but the government has said that they will respond today. I don't have anything from them yet, so we will address it tomorrow, along with whether Dr. Hughes can be recalled. And that is the motion for the mistrial. And I just, because it says, quote, the mistrial motion alleges that the U.S. allowed Mrs. Bongolan to perjure herself about the balcony incident, blah, blah, blah. All right. With that said, the judge says, let me see lead counsel in the robing room. So what is being discussed are the issues around the order on pseudonyms. Did Jane's counsel ever submit her list of publishers? No indication in the docket. Oh, that's referring to at court on Friday. Jane's lawyers alleged that some bloggers and stuff like that had outed her identity. Y'all, give me a break. I can't say too much about it, but first she said, okay, that she believes that people have outed her identity. And then secondly, the judge asked, okay, well, was it anyone in the courtroom? And she was like, well, no. And the judge was like, well, okay. She's like, well, we don't actually know the identity of the people. We're working on the identity, but we wanted to bring it to the court's attention. Child, please, you really think you can be dating Diddy for 3 freaking years? 3 years. And people won't have a good guess as to who you are when you have then given identifying information? That wasn't nobody in that courtroom. That wasn't, and we didn't have to. By the time we came out of court, there were already people posting clear indications of who she was. So that's just what I'm going to say on that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Caroline Castle says, I've been telling myself I need to support and show love. Thank you so much. So here I am. Thank you for your research and coverage and expertise on the trial so far. Hit that subscribe. If you're new here, welcome, welcome. I'm your legal bestie, Attorney Simone. I'm an attorney and I break down legal cases on social media. I am a plaintiff's attorney. I represent plaintiffs in civil cases, plaintiffs like Cassie. I actually was the first attorney in New York to file a civil suit against R. Kelly under the same set of laws. So I am very familiar with this type of law. And on my channel, just continue to join us. I break down legal cases, but I do it like I'm talking to my homegirls drunk at brunch. So don't come over here if you're expecting like CNN type seriousness, because we clown. They're trying to gag the media in order to railroad Diddy. Okay. It seems they're trying to. Yep. Somebody said her birthday was 4 days before the other celebrity he was dating. It's not that hard to figure out. Yeah, no. There is proof Bannon was brutally abused and almost unalive by Diddy. Stop it. I agree. Okay. Katina said, I'm sorry. I meant to say the text between Cassie and KK about Bonna and Puff putting her over the balcony. Exactly. Thank you so much, Katrina. I'm confident that this happened as far as Bonna being hung over the balcony. So again, if you're joining us, the mistrial issue is the defense is claiming they want a mistrial because the government allowed this Bonna woman to come on the stand and so-called perjure herself because they're claiming that the dangling incident never happened because on the date that she said it occurred, Diddy was in a whole nother state on the Bad Boy tour. But here's the thing. You never get mistrials on issues of fact. Why? This is an issue of fact, right? The fact is, was the dangling this day or was it a different day? Or did it happen at all? Any issues of fact are solely for the jury. A judge does not want to take that out of the jury's hands because that's the only thing that they're there for, to determine whether or not they believe the facts. Now, if it's something procedural, that's what the judge does. An example of that is a determination of whether or not a document is hearsay or whether testimony is hearsay that doesn't fall inside of a hearsay exception. So for that reason as well, I believe the judge is not going to dismiss this case. First of all, the judge don't want to dismiss it because apparently they claim this case cost $25 million. But also, the defense is reaching, but what the defense is trying to do is make sure that they perfect the record for the appeal. Hey guys, come on in here. Why am I confident? Oh, why am I confident that it happened? I'm confident that it happened because there were the injuries. I'm confident because at the time it actually happened, Cassie sent a message to she gave a message to what's the other girl? KK, about like, Diddy just hung, Bono off the balcony. She sent her a text message about that. So she wouldn't have done that if it didn't happen. And then Diddy would not have spent a month trying to negotiate a settlement. Oh, and by the way, whatever settlement offer that Diddy had given to her was substantial, because every time she tried to get it in, the defense was like, object, Your Honor. And the judge refused to let it in. So the defense did not want that settlement offer admitted into evidence, because they felt it would prejudice Diddy, because it would seem as though he must have been guilty. He must have done it. And it's like, well, duh, that's why it should be admissible. We're talking about the evidence that Diddy offered her a substantial settlement. And the judge wouldn't let it in because, there you go. The judge wouldn't let it in because because under the evidence rules, you're not supposed to admit into evidence, unless there's an exception, evidence of a settlement, because it discourages people from settling. So a settlement can be admitted for other reasons. And the defense, if they had wanted to, could have asked about the settlement, but they did not. Because if you remember, it was the defense that asked Cassie, how much money did you get from Diddy? That was a settlement. And it was the defense that asked Cassie, how much did you get from the hotel? They didn't object then, huh? They wanted everyone to know about that. I actually think that might have been a misstep on the side of the defense, because one of the elements and one of the offenses at issue is bribery, and the $100,000 paid for that tape. And if there's anybody on the cusp of believing whether or not there was actual bribery, the fact that the hotel gave her $10 million says the hotel knew it was some damn bribery. Crimes are admissible at any time. I'm not talking about, first of all, why are you yelling? Why are you text yelling? I'm not talking about a crime. I specifically said the settlement amount, the dollar amount of the settlement. That I was in the courtroom. So if you were in the courtroom, you tell me what the judge said. But the dollar amount of the settlement itself was not admissible. Obviously, the crime of him hanging her over the balcony was admissible, because they sat there and they talked about it for half the doggone day. Somebody said there's too many bots on YouTube. Yes. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. You're right. She didn't specifically say that she saw it. And that was part of the back and forth, is did Cassie actually see it, or was she just there? All we do know, one thing that we do know, is that Cassie was there, Bono was there, and Bono had bruises after the fact. Cassie had said there were bruises. Bono said there were bruises. Diddy hadn't said nothing because he hasn't taken the stand. So you are right. And that was something, like whether or not Cassie said she saw it or not, that was a specificity that they went back and forth on. At the end of the day, sometimes what they'll do is they'll take a small issue and blow it up real big to make it seem like we've got a major credibility issue. And at the end of the day, you guys are the jury. You guys decide. All right. So let's moving on. It says that's from a different day. I have so much additional info I want to share with you guys, but I want to do it when they're at a break. 9:18. Okay. All right. Here we go. The jury is being brought in. So I believe that in chambers was where, just a minute ago, they were in chambers. I believe that was where they were trying to talk about Jane Doe's identity, whether it had been leaked, etc. So all rise. Jane, you're still under oath. Good morning. It says, good morning, Miss Comey. Good morning, Miss Comey. She talks like really sweet like that. Good morning, Miss Comey. And the prosecutor says, publish this photo to the jury, but not the screen in the public gallery. Who's this? Sean's security. And this, Sean's deputy butler. Who did you call ATL? The entertainer, Sly. because he lived in Atlanta. And I want to make sure you guys can see this. All right. Wait a minute. Speaking of, hold on. As I'm reading this, I need to get, damn it. Let me confirm this about one of the bodyguards. Hold on. I got to know. I got an inside track. I'm trying to see.
What's up, Big Chill?
Did you find out? I want to know if any of the bodyguards are testifying this week. Let's see.
What's going on, lovely people?
I think it would be crazy for the prosecution to rest without at least one of the security guards. Yeah, like at least one of them. It said Diddy ripped off his artist just to waste money. Okay, here we go. So publishes Sean Security. All right, who did you call ATL, the entertainer, Slide, because he lived in ATL? Your message to Sean. What was it about? My trip to New York in 2023. He wrote, send me some ish of you being bad. Ooh.
No, it's actually fine.
James then Sean says,
I'm cleaning
I got
up.
the phones. Just sent me what I don't. I got the phones. Just
I was just getting some Diddy trial updates while I clean the big mess I made. What else do I have to do? I need to take some pictures. Let's see. Some pictures. Uh, that is the chicken marsala. No, it's been finished. It tastes really good. Looks good. I didn't eat. I feel like as soon as I eat it, I'm gonna pass out. So I'm waiting until I clean. This watch is gross. Apple watches. Her wrist is itching. Let's take her off. I think that's it for that. What's next?
sent me what I don't have. Don't say no to me, please. What did you write? I wrote, you are traveling with our phone? Oh, Lord, it must be their freaky deaky phone with all their videos on it. AUSA, you mean not Sean's 2 main phones? She said, yes. His assistants had access to those, the 2 main phones. She said, I wrote, you're using this to get your D hard for someone else. Oh, because she was out, because Diddy is not with her, obviously. They're in separate places. Apparently, he's with another woman. She's irritated that apparently he's looking at their sexy videos. And as she's saying, you're using this to get your D hard for someone else? And he says to you, what do you say? I wrote, I'm not coming to New York. You just want me there for a hotel binge. Why did you say that? I saw a podcast. What about? About Sean bragging about having sex for 48 hours straight on a yacht trip to an island near Miami. When did the podcast air? A month after Sean said he'd take me on that yacht trip. All right, y'all, this is Young Miami. So she's like so pissed. She is so pissed. Hit that subscribe button, guys. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. She is so pissed about Miss Young Miami. And up, yes, we got 3,000. Oh, we got less than 400 likes, y'all. Get those likes up, honey. I need that monetization. I need that recommendation. Listen, she's so pissed about Young Miami. And I want to make sure you understand why. We're waiting on more tweets, so don't worry. I'm not just like blah, blah, blabbing. Okay, part of the reason why she's so frustrated about Young Miami is her last straw was, so for the first 3 months they dated, it was normal. Their first date was in February, like for her birthday. He took her to Turks. And then May, he asked her to do the first freak off. And then she said it was like Pandora's box. After that, he wanted it all the time. Now, it's becoming to be a bit clear. It's almost as though he likes these certain women. He likes certain women as sex toys to just do this little freaky leak stuff. But so then for the next 2 years, it was just FOs. He didn't take her on any trips. Now he would fly her into certain towns, but that was just to FO. So she had a birthday. Ooh, she was hot, baby. She was hot. She had a birthday. And for her birthday, he says, oh, I got something special for you. They go to dinner. He gives her a necklace. She's so excited. They go back to the room, and he has one of the sex workers walk right on in there. Paul, who also happened to be his personal assistant. Paul came in there, and he was like, yeah, I have Paul for you. And she was like, ugh. But she never said no. She never says no. She's just like, I guess. It's generally what she says. It's saying that she would still be she would absolutely still be with him if he were not in jail. And that's part of the confusion, because remember, to this day, he is still paying her rent. Where's my gavel? Gavel. He is still paying for her rent. It says, how the heck she thinks she can remain anonymous with these details. She was big mad all while Young Miami was a fool too. I think I remember. Let me be quiet. Right. So anyway, she gets mad on her birthday. She ends up having to do a freak off. And I think that was the day she did a trilogy, y'all. It was a trilogy. So she did one, and that was a different day. It was right around the same time though. She did one, and that man was stinky. He was real funky, and he kept sweating on her. She was like, ooh, I don't like this. So then he said, all right, you can go. So then another one comes, and he does that one. And then after that guy leaves, Diddy turns and looks at her and says, you got any more in you? Think you got another one in you? And she goes, I guess. And did a third. They had a trilogy. It wasn't a train because each person took their time, but she had a trilogy. She had a vagina triathlon. Her vagina had its own triathlon, right? And then he leaves. And she sees on social media that this man took a private jet and took Young Miami to her dream destination. She wanted to go back where they initially sparked their love for one another, okay? And where they made sweet, passionate love, just the two of them. No weirdos, no sweaty people, no male hookers. She wanted to get back to that. No more hookers. She didn't want no more hookers. And so as a result, she sees that he flies out young Miami and all her girls, gets a villa, flies him on the private jet, has the chef, and she had even heard him coordinating aspects of it. So she said he was a liar. She said she looked at him and said, "Are you going somewhere?" And he was like, "No." And then she later figured out, and she was like, "You're a liar." I have it in the transcript. I'll play that for you later. So let's go back and let's check out the updates. But it's so important that you understand the basis for her absolute disdain for young Miami. It's because young Miami got the trips and the girls, you know, because when you're dating a man like Diddy, you want to be able to go on a girl's trip. You want him to, you know, treat you and your friends to some crab legs. She, you know, she got crab legs, but she had to work for them. All right. Here we are. Updates. So then it says, I'm going to recap. It says, Jane wrote, "You're using this to get your D hard for someone else." Videos of their sexy time. And he says, "What did you say?" She said, "I wrote, I'm not coming to New York. You just wanted me there for a hotel binge." "Why did you say that?" "I saw a podcast." "What about?" "About Sean bragging about having sex for
Right.
48
Like,
hours
be
straight on
yourself,
a yacht
you
to
know?
an island near Miami." That was with young Miami, probably. "And when did the podcast air?" "A month after Sean said he'd take me
Doesn't
on
she
that
look like
yacht
Mariah
trip."
Mills? Remember,
"What
what's
had
his
Sean
name?
said he'd do with you
Mariah
on this
Mills,
yacht
the
trip?"
porn star.
"Objection overruled." "That after a 2-day hotel night, we'd go."
Remember the porn star? What was his name? Shit. What's his name? Zion? Somebody? Doesn't she look like her? Let me. I think it's Zion somebody. I think she's trying to be like Armand. Like trying to reenact the scene.
Girls, gets a villa, flies him on the private jet, has the chef, and she had even heard him coordinating aspects of it. So she said he was a liar. She said she looked at him and said, "Are you going somewhere?" And he was like, "No." And then she later figured out, and she was like, "You're a liar." I have it in the transcript. I'll play that for you later. So let's go back and let's check out the updates. But it's so important that you understand the basis for her absolute disdain for young Miami. It's because young Miami got the trips and the girls, you know, because when you're dating a man like Diddy, you want to be able to go on a girl's trip. You want him to, you know, treat you and your friends to some crab legs. She, you know, she got crab legs, but she had to work for them. All right. Here we are. Updates. So then it says, I'm going to recap. It says, Jane wrote, "You're using this to get your D hard for someone else." Videos of their sexy time. And he says, what did you say? She said, I wrote, I'm not coming to New York. You just wanted me there for a hotel binge. Why did you say that? I saw a podcast. What about? About Sean bragging about having sex for 48 hours straight on a yacht to an island near Miami. That was with Young Miami, probably. And when did the podcast air? A month after Sean said he'd take me on that yacht trip. What had Sean said he'd do with you on this yacht trip? Objection overruled. That after a 2-day hotel night, we'd go and do more on the yacht, but we never left. We had to recuperate. I saw on social media he took a girlfriend there. Y'all finish off or what?
So you had to recuperate
That's how
your
she talks.
food.
She's really sweet. Her being, I'm telling me with the voice, y'all, that's how voice. Somebody said, where's the gay tea? LOL. Oh, yeah, the gay tea is, I think people think their Diddy is gay. Apologies. Because hit that subscribe, y'all. Because think about it. He only wants these girls doing it with Mandingo warriors, all body oiled down. He never wants these women to be like, for example, with another woman. It's almost like perhaps he really wants to be with that Mandingo warrior, but because of his status, can't. And therefore, he just envisions it. And also, he just sits in the corner and jacks off in a Muslim mass sometimes. So it's just really weird. It's so weird. He's still paying to use it as a defense. Oh yeah, talking about paying for her rent. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and he has a Tootsie Roll. That's probably why. I do appreciate, though, that none of his girlfriends have discussed the Tootsie Roll. They all love him. But y'all, this is a problem that I have with this specific prosecution strategy. Is I need you to see, I'm putting this bigger on the screen. It says, oh, hold on, no, it's this one. Where she says, this is critical. What had Sean said he would do with you on this yacht trip? That after a 2-day hotel night, we go and do more on the yacht, but we never left. Had to recuperate. I saw on social media he took a girlfriend there. Y'all, this is the fraud that they're claiming was as trafficking. This right here. I kid you not. I kid you not. They are claiming it was fraud when he told her they would spend more quality time together. What the hell? What? Fraud by saying more quality time? I feel like that should be every husband in America could then be indicted for sex trafficking. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about, I believe, yes, literally, this is the fraud. Hold on. This is the fraud. And I've seen some people in the comments say, well, he said he was going to do something. Listen, that's not what makes something fraud. You saying that's a promise. Like, oh, I broke my promise. It's not illegal to break promises, right? Our parents did it our whole lives. What makes something fraud is if it is considered a material, a material thing that they promised you, that but for that promise, you would not have engaged in the S Act. And here she is claiming that but for you saying, him saying, yeah, I'll take you on a yacht after, or yeah, I'll spend more quality time, she would not have done the act. I kid you not. I spent all night pulling also transcript excerpts to show you that the prosecutor said with her own mouth, yep, we're trying to show this as fraud. And so we're showing that these promises were material to her. Material being super significant. I'm going to put this up bigger. My apologies. I said, y'all, I think that's why there ain't no, I hate to say it, but there ain't no black people and there ain't no men on this prosecution team. Because I feel like a man would look at that line of reasoning and be like, yeah, get away from me with this. Get away from me with that. It's very weak. And the problem is jurors, when they go back there and they're, yes, I'm so mad. So when I said I was mad, when I was like, I'm so mad at this, I'm not mad at her. She is only a witness. I'm mad at the prosecution for thinking
Did
that
you
this
see that
made
the other baby
freaking
mama of
sense.
Diddy said, I
An
never
accountant
had to
has
sell
been
50.
subpoenaed.
I'm
They already
from
had an accountant
Queens.
testify. It was
Not,
actually the CFO,
no, who
and
said
he
that?
showed a trail of a bunch of money,
Which one?
including money that would go from one entity into
Sarah?
Mrs. Combs, into an entity. Money would
Hold
flow
up,
into
I'm
an
gonna look it
entity
up.
owned by Mrs. Combs. So
Report.
I think that if he's found guilty, the government absolutely is going to try the asset forfeiture, and they probably going to seize everything, including his mama's wig. The wig is gone. Said my husband will be next Diddy, the next Diddy at this rate. He's promised me to fix up the garden. Exactly. And in exchange for that promise, you probably given him a little loving. Well, now, according to the government, that is S trafficking. Y'all, I can't make this up. All right, so let's keep going with the tweets. So next she says, overruled. She says, what did you write in your notes app? I wrote, I don't want to come to New York to be treated like a hoe. Why did you write that in your notes app? I wasn't sure I was going to send it. But did you send a version of it? Yes. What did Sean say? He said, it was just podcast talk. I said, you took her to the Bahamas on a yacht, not me like you promised after the hotel night. Can you read your text? I quoted him on the podcast. You made Papa proud. I guess that's what he said on the podcast. Y'all, it's getting stupider and stupider. She's really, the prosecution is really having her lean into, you took her to the Bahamas on a yacht, not me, like you promised after the hotel night. And then she says, you made Papa proud. And you wrote, Kemi says, you wrote, I don't want to feel obligated that you'll stop paying my rent. What did you mean? The guilt trippy things he would say that I had to perform. For how long had you felt that? Since I got the home in April 2023. Okay. I know. See, I love you guys in the chat. I love you, jurors. I love you guys. And I know that you're trying to help me not go the hell off. But this is the stuff where I'm like, exactly. Here are the questions. How was she paying her rent before? Here's the timeline that matters. Hit that subscribe as you come on in. Hit that like as well. Y'all, here's the timeline that matters, honey. This woman was paying her own rent and doing freak offs for 2 years before he bought her house. Or rented the house 2 years. Second of all, if Diddy offered you an allowance, you could do whatever you wanted with that money. You didn't have to take it and put 100% into a rental property. Y'all, I pulled up that house. I synced it. I'm not going to show it on here. That house is $2 million and some change. She is renting a $2 million home and has been for over 2 years now. She was paying her rent fine before. Remember, she testified her only sources of income. Yes, this is why I'm angry. Thank you for understanding me. My delivery is better. It's calmer today. But Ali, this is why I'm like, oh my God. I did call her a doofus. I said she was a doofus. Because I said, I bet she never put anything aside for her child. I bet not either. So her only sources of income were child support and this allowance. And she chooses to take 100% of the allowance and put it towards rent. She couldn't even furnish the whole thing. He had only given her $15,000 to furnish it. It wasn't enough. She said she had to get 3 credit cards, take out credit cards to finance it. She still gets child support, but now this is what the defense is going to come out and say. I want to know in the chat, what are some things you think on cross the defense is going to bring up about this? Because here's one of the things. I don't like punishing people for being kind or generous. And I feel like if you call this S trafficking, because she chose to allocate 100% of her allowance to the place over her head, you're literally punishing someone, criminalizing someone for being a rich boyfriend. So the prosecutor is doing the defense's job for them. I want to speak to that. How did they think she was a good witness? She sounds like a nag. Yes. Yes, Rico is still, I still believe Rico is proven. I just don't think that this count was helpful. It's going to make it harder. And if neither of the S trafficking charges he's found guilty of, I'm blaming this testimony. I'm blaming this theory, not her testimony, because she's there telling the truth. But I'm blaming this theory on why. It says she was getting more child support. Oh, baby. Marie Charlotte, my vision's bad. See, y'all, this is what I think the defense is going to say on cross, and tear that butt up and tear it up. All right. I pulled and was looking at some of her child support records. I'm not going to tell you who she is or any of that. But what I think the defense is like, if I don't have any proof of this, but if the defense is able to show that she at one point was getting substantial child support while dating Diddy as well, right? Getting substantial child support, but that it was cut back for whatever reason, that the court reduced it. And if that timeline is anywhere near, I'm talking 6 months, a year from when Diddy gave her that allowance, she's toast, baby. She's toast. And it's not that she's toast, the prosecution is toast, because she didn't make up this dumb theory. They did. Yeah. Somebody said she was selling cookies to pay rent. And it's non-taxable. She should be paying her taxes. Look, the IRS gonna come after that girl if she's not careful. But it's not too late. She can actually pay back taxes on it. I feel like the cross is going to be a bloodbath for her. Absolutely. It's like the prosecution is sending her there to be slaughtered. To be slaughtered. Says the defense doesn't even have to do cross. The prosecution is making themselves look ridiculous. Okay. Jess Diva says she's a great witness. For what, honey? She is not bright. This case is saying men stop being providers. Yeah, that's what I don't like about it. So someone earlier in the chat was like, hey, Simone, they're thinking that you're on that red pill side. I'm not on that red pill side. I am on the side of justice. And I would love to see this man get locked up for something. But this argument is something that could make him walk, because it could turn the jury off so much. The jury is getting jury fatigue. And it's my understanding that she actually might be either the final or like the second to last witness for the prosecution. Baby, if that's the case, Houston, we got a problem. It says, I see what the prosecutors are getting at. This is about to get really dark for Jane. It is. And here's the thing. Y'all come to me for the law. And the truth is, financial coercion absolutely can be part of the law. I mean, it can be grounds for S trafficking. It just doesn't usually look, I've pulled cases. It's never looked like $10,000 a month allowance. What it does look like is immigrant workers come over, they take their passport, or immigrant workers come over and their employer claims that they owe fines, or that they owe, oh, well, you owe me this for housing you. You owe me this for food. So that is the financial coercion. They're basically taking their money and preventing them from leaving or doing anything else. That can happen. This is absolutely ridiculous right now. Oh, don't forget, don't forget that also he's continuing to pay her rent. For the first 2 years of their relationship, she was doing the freak offs, and he wasn't paying her rent. So the question becomes, why is it all of a sudden coercive now when it wasn't for the prior 2 years? Literally. So he started paying that rent in, April of 23 or March of 23. And Diddy goes to prison in September of 24. So basically for like a year and some change, right? That's less time than they were totally in the relationship. They were in the relationship for 3 years. So how is that coercive when the majority of the relationship, you were doing it without getting your rent paid, guys? That's where I'm struggling. Okay. Jerry says she sees where they're getting at and it's going to get real dark for her. 10,000 seems cheap from Diddy. Oh, it sure does. It surely does. And here's the thing. What Diddy was doing, is this was a huge savings for Diddy. Once he bought her that house, instead of paying for hotel rooms in LA when he wanted a freak off, he would make her do it at her house. The same house where she was raising her child.
Oh, no.
But she was raising her child. So you better believe she is going to be fighting for her life to maintain custody of her child. Oh, in addition, thank you so much for the super chat. Hold on. Oh, thank you so much. It says, this is classic Combs. He made her a bottom B. Think the black Goldie. This is how hoes and pimps were convicted back in the 70s. It's still a valid charge. Okay. I'm with you. I'm hearing you. I just think that it would be more. Here's the other fact I want you guys to think about and tell me if this makes any difference to you. When she would complain about the freak offs, he would say, so I guess you want to break up then. All right. Well, I'm going to pay your rent for like, what you need, like 90 more days. I'll pay your rent for like 90 more days because I don't want to pay no bills of nobody that I'm not with. That was clever. I'm sure he had no idea that in any way that could be considered or linked to S trafficking. But it's a legitimate concern and issue that why, if he wants to break up with her, why should he have to keep paying her rent? And if he wants to break up with her because he's not liking the sex, is that a crime? Let me know. All right, let me switch out the facts, y'all. What if instead of it was freak offs, what if it was a guy who was saying, listen, I really, really want a threesome. I really want a 3-1. Y'all know what I'm talking about, a 3-1. And that girl, they've been living together. He's been paying her rent. And he says, if you're not going to give me one, then we just need to break up and you need to move out. I feel like she signed up to be the freaky girl. Look, everybody got a test. I have a ho-home girl. I use her when I want to go to the nightclub, when I want to get free drinks. I don't bring her to church with me. No way, Jose. She wouldn't even know how to act. She wouldn't know how to dress. I'm Catholic. We stand, we kneel, we all, she wouldn't have a clue. Just like there are friends for different types of occasions, I'm sure multimillionaire billionaires have women for different types of occasions. And the challenge was she wanted to be the girlfriend, but didn't bring girlfriend skills. Here's the thing. He also, she gave a text message where she said he kept throwing up Carisha into her face by talking about how she was his business partner and about how she would buy him these lavish, expensive gifts. And so Jane was jealous that she couldn't afford to buy him lavish, expensive gifts like Young Miami and how much he loved that. Well, maybe that's why Young Miami was getting the trips to Turks and that forward-facing stuff, because he felt she provided more value than just what she could do on her back. They're going to talk about child support before and after. I also know there was abuse of her student. Okay, I'm not sure about that. But they're definitely going to talk about the child support before and after. Also, when she gets on that cross-examination stand, y'all, this is a very interesting fact. I want to hear your thoughts on this. When she gets on that cross, they're going to ask her, why are you testifying today? And she's going to say something like justice. They're going to say, isn't it true that you're really just testifying because it's your only shot at preserving custody of your child? Isn't that true? Because you've been, it's been stated that you've been running around doing drugs, all these allegations in here, you've been doing drugs, you've been doing all these things. Isn't it true that you are just pretending to be a victim so that in family court, the court will look at you as like a victim and not a druggy girl who's a loose woman who wasn't making good choices for your child. Isn't that true? Because it's going to come out that she is in the midst of a custody dispute. Because everybody was asking, why would she take the stand? Why did she do it? I believe, it is my personal opinion, she's on that stand to preserve any smidgen of custody. Because remember, what did she say was her sole source of income? It is exclusively child support and Diddy. So if she loses that kid, we already know who knows what's going to happen with Diddy. If she loses that kid, she going to have to go to TGI Fridays, baby. She going to have to go to TGI Fridays. And she could have also done it to save her own butt. That's true. Potentially. Potentially.
Did you see my that is extortion. Wait, extortion on whose behalf? I'm gonna take pictures of the chicken marsala. Then I'm gonna eat some of it. Or should I take like a little video of it? So I can make a short. Her IG, she is living it up. Maybe she has other income. But what do you think? What is extortion?
The guilt trippy things that he would say that I had to perform. For how long had you felt like that? Since I got my home in April 2023. Again, for 2 years, you've been doing these freak offs you didn't want to do. So maybe you shouldn't have spent all your money on a house. Or maybe you should have asked for that money to be like a down payment on a house you could afford. Oh, I don't know. Going back to this. Play this exhibit. Ooh. It's Combs' voice. Ooh. Y'all, he be so sick of her. Because she's really like, she pretends like he told her from the beginning that it would not be a monogamous relationship. And she pretends like she's okay with it. And then she keeps getting mad and jealous. So this is his voice. He says, this is a true open relationship. Why do you have to make it a problem? Now I'm sick. How did you reply to this voice message? Call me back. Then we had a FaceTime. He said all the things to calm me down. Y'all. He said all the things to calm me down. Now, mind you, this was okay around April. It says, and then what did you send Sean from the plane to New York? A photo of my outfit. Where were you planning to wear it? To dinner. What did Sean send you? He said, we're going to dinner. Did you? A late night lounge thing. I'll read this for you. You wrote, I missed that hard D. Oh, sorry. I think she means he wrote. No. It does mean, she said, so Comey's reading a part of the text so that she don't have to feel so bad, I guess. She says, I missed that hard D. And I wrote, yes, I have my passport with me, in case he wants to take her somewhere. Then what did you write? I wrote, you turned me on so crazy. Can't wait. After the flight took off, I got a message from Sean. What did Sean ask you?
She's trying to be like Armand right now. Let me see. If she threatens to stop, if he stops threatening her pay her rent, if she doesn't have freak offs. See, I don't see it as if she doesn't have freak offs. If we're not together, I'm going to give you 90 days to get. I can see if he said, like, get out now. I want you to come now. He's making other arrangements with Young Miami, and she's getting mad. And she's actually wanting to do the freak offs because she wants to go to Turks and Caicos. She wants things from him. So therefore, she's willing to do what he wants to do. He's not making her do that. She wants to live in the $2 million house, and she wants him to pay for it, and she wants him to pay for it. It's not. She's a willing participant, so it's not extortion. Extortion is, yo, come do this freak off. If you don't, you gotta. I don't even know if that. I guess that would be, but he's not really asking her to do the freak offs. She's saying she wants to go to these dinners, and then she just said, "Oh, I can't wait to." I'm so. She does the whole thing Cassie does. Oh, I want your dick so bad, or whatever, or whoever's dick so bad, like to entice him to come and do these freak offs because he's basically not paying her any mind because Young Miami has entered the chat. And it looks like she, like Simone said, it looks like she is just living off of child support. And she might possibly, I said this last Friday that I thought she was lying. I thought she was lying. She knew what time it was because she just said you were with one of your other girls. So she knew there were other girls. She was okay with it. She just played her position. She's trying to turn it into something else because Simone just said the defense is going to make it seem like she's going to say that this was something bad or that she was made to do this so she doesn't lose custody and therefore child support of her kid that she has with you know who. And he's gunning for that shit. He can't wait because he was like, "Don't kiss my son," and all of that. I feel like the fact that he giving her 90 days to move out is like great because to me it's showing like he doesn't really care. Like go, stay, whatever. Like it sounds like she's getting on his nerves too, like with all the whining and the nagging. Okay. With all the whining and the nagging and I'm gonna go, who are you with? It sounds like she getting on his damn nerves and then, like you said, Young Miami buys me stuff and you just hear begging, whining, crying. And see, this doesn't look good from the picture. She's so funny. He typed a new post. I gotta look it up. I'm getting ready to move the stuff out of the kitchen. Which one?
Where was Sly? Then he asked, entertainment or movie night? Let me know. I'll get a hotel. How did you react? I felt upset and a little defeated. What did you send next? Said, baby, I just got Wi-Fi. So Sly is one of the S workers. Okay. Sly is one of the hookers. And apparently Diddy really liked Sly. Sly was a big Mandingo warrior. He's quite the warrior. And so she's disappointed because she's thinking he's flying her into town so that they can spend quality time, only to find out he wants her to do another freak off night. When he says entertainment or movie night, y'all, movie nights are where they rewatch movies recorded on his phone of them doing it to each other. And they screen record it onto whatever TV is in the hotel room. Then what did you write to Sean? He said, check the red phone. The other message he sent me, he said, I have a surprise for you. Just one. What did you take that to mean? That there'd be somebody new? So she sobs. More dick. More oil. Who?
She was really
Prosecutor
copying her
asked.
mom with that.
An entertainer. I hated it. Y'all, I think this is her birthday too. I think this is her birthday. Then it says, entertainer, I hated it. What did Sean send you? A picture of the man. I rolled my eyes. Like Diddy can see you rolling your eyes through your phone, girl. Through your phone. A picture of the man. I roll my eyes. I wrote back, it's not loading. We're landing now. What did you send Sean? I suggested that we go to Casa Cipriani's, but I was driven to the Trump Hotel and I put on my outfit. Oh, shoot, girl. It's time to get the stroll. He's putting you back on that whole stroll, baby girl. I'm so sorry. It says, what happened that night? He was late. We went to that lounge. We bickered a bit. He was defensive. But we went to the room and Sly came. What did you text to Sly? I asked if he could come to New York. I felt I needed to make it up to Sean. This is the stuff. This is the stuff that's pissing me off, y'all. Y'all, I'm so mad. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Somebody says she's all beauty and no brains. I thought she had an apartment before the house. She did have an apartment before the house. That's why the house, I don't see why the house is financial coercion. This lady is doing all this huffing and puffing, rolling her eyes at Diddy because he's indicating that he wants to entertain her that night. And then you coordinate the entertainment. You call him up. You know what her excuse was in testimony on Friday? She said, well, she felt like if she had to do it, that at least if she could pick somebody she liked, that she was comfortable with. Now, okay, I understand that because there was that sweaty, stanky man that was like sweating all over her, all on her and everything. However, somebody said no victim, willing adult. Neither does anyone else. Yes, nobody like, come on in, Purple Passion. Sounds like, what does it say? It said, y'all got somebody. Neither does anyone. Sounds like they dropped the ball on this. I agree. They dropped the ball, stomped on it. But y'all, this is what happens when there's no D, E, and I. This is what happens when there is not nary D, E, or I. If you had a brown girl, came from a middle-class family like myself and many of you in the chat, we would have said, girl, don't do this. They just added this count. They just added this in April. This was not necessary. This was not, okay. YT Mero saying she is in fact a victim. Is she doing it for the drugs and rent and doesn't want to admit it because nah. So yeah, so she's admitting she called and coordinated and picked the hooker, Sly, the big Mandingo warrior. What happened that night? He was late. We went to the lounge. It says, but we went to the room and Sly came. What did you text to Sly? I asked if he could come to New York. I felt I needed to make it up to Sean. What is it that you needed to make it up to Sean for? According to you, he's trafficking you, baby. What are you making up to him? I'm perplexed. I'm confused. I'm discombobulated. What is this? Y'all, this is some rich Caucasian lady stuff. If I got any Caucasian girlies in the chat, welcome. It is all love. But I'm trying to tell you, this is a stretch, number one. But I think that so frustrated. The level of a stretch it is, you're going to need people on the jury that want to convict him. So not any of the neutral people that you guys tried to find during jury selection. You need to get someone who really wants to convict him. And it's going to need to be a very high level thinker. Somebody said the men on the jury are not going to find him guilty. I don't think they'll find him guilty of this. Oh yeah, she wanted to make up. That is true. She wanted to make.
What's going on?
I thought you were making the chicken marsala for dinner.
I did. Well, I made it.
Oh, how did it come out?
I just took some pictures. I just took the picture down. The other camera down.
On your wall?
It's really, really good. I didn't post the pictures yet.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to look for those. Yeah, you made me. Well, you got me thinking
probably,
chicken.
if you could probably rewind it and see it.
I can do that on my other device.
You can see, like you can rewind it if you really want to see it. I just took the camera down like 10 minutes ago because I'm cleaning up the kitchen.
Yeah. So was it was it easy to make?
Yeah. It's just like a lot of prep work, but not really. You just cut up the shallot, the garlic, shallots, garlic, and shallots, garlic. Oh, mushrooms.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, and then you basically pan fry the chicken. You season the chicken, or you have to tenderize it, beat it with the mallet. Season it. Well, season it first, then beat it with the mallet.
Looks so
then
good. I did rewind it. That looks so good. How many people?
It's really good. Well, I just cook. I cook for a couple people. That's my active service. For the elderly people in my life. So I'll make a couple of plates and I'll eat a couple of plates.
Yeah.
It was just 2 packs of chicken fingers, 2 small packs.
Yeah. It looks really nice and creamy, and oh my gosh, you got that nice brown on there.
It's a really good taste too. She's making
Marsala wine, that really being a good choice.
What'd you say?
Your Marsala wine ended up being the good choice.
Yeah, actually, because the other things like, you should get a dry Marsala wine, but that one tastes really good. Dina, who is pissing you off? Hey, Belicious 28. What am I doing? I know as soon as I eat this, I'm going to want to pass out.
Right? Oh yeah. So you got me chicken yesterday, and I had thought already, and I didn't really know what to do. You said Marsala, but I ended up doing homemade chicken enchiladas. So
wait, I got you what yesterday?
You got me about my chicken in my refrigerator yesterday. So I did chicken enchiladas with Spanish rice.
Ooh.
Yeah, they came out really good. And I like green chicken. I like green enchilada sauce.
I never had chicken enchiladas.
Oh my gosh. Me and Gina Shea make the best chicken enchiladas.
I never had chicken. I don't think I ever had a chicken enchilada.
Oh my god, they are so good to me. But like
I don't really like burritos because I don't like beans.
Yo, I see. Well, you can get a lot of like in California, we can have burritos anyway. There's not everything got the beans in it, you know.
Yeah,
But we are
I'm not a beans person.
like we do a lot of Mex stuff out here. I wouldn't call it full on traditional Mexican, but yeah, I did a version of it. Like, they loved it, and they gobbled up all those honey butter biscuits. By 2 o'clock, they were gone.
Yeah, I want to try to make some biscuits. I never made biscuits before.
Well, if you're making marsala like that, I know your biscuits will be bomb.
It's really not that hard. Like, so you pan fry the chicken in butter and olive oil, and um, and because they're flattened out, because you like pound them down, they fry like really quickly. And then you after you take the chicken out, you use the same pan with all the drippings or droppings and the bits of flour that's left over, and you do the mushrooms. Then you throw in the shallots and then the garlic, and then you put in the wine and you let that reduce down to get the alcohol out, and then you add heavy cream and chicken broth. And then like the seasonings is just onion powder, garlic powder, and some thyme, I think I used. And then what happens is when you put the chicken and then you put the chicken back in, and the flour from the chicken thickens up the sauce. So it's like a thick creamy sauce. Not that thick.
Right. Not water.
Thick enough.
Have to be. And then do you do yours with rice?
No, I made mashed potatoes too. I whipped them.
Nice.
I took the first live down because there was a little so we were talking about the riots. We were showing the riots last night, and someone got on and they had some opinions about, there's a big thing. I did want to talk about it, but I'm kind of getting tired. Maybe I'll come back later. About Black people saying like this is not our fight. And like 2 people in a row have got up 2 nights in a row. I'm not gonna say who, and has basically said like, the Hispanics, they don't fuck with us. So basically fuck them. I don't feel sorry for them. They voted for him. That stuff. So like people in the chat took offense to it. And I think she's the last night, I think she said a little bit more. Like she really got into it. And the people in the chat were getting mad. And then somebody asked me, could I take down the chat because of her job? She works with the government and she doesn't want. So I just took it down anyway. Took that live down because I hadn't made the actual chicken yet. I did make the mashed potatoes.
Right.
But I just took it down. I don't know how to edit yet.
Oh, girl, I hadn't gotten. You're so nice. Somebody who asked me to take it down so a long time ago when I first started my channel,
But she didn't ask me to take it down. She asked me could I take the chat down, but I don't know how to do that.
I don't know how to do it either. I told her, I said, I don't know how to edit my videos to take it out. And I tried to warn you about the topic you were about to talk on. And I'm gonna take down this video just showed your entire ass. Like,
well, the person who said, can I not do the chat? She was up here a long time because she was waiting for me to do the chicken marsala. But when the other person came in later, the stuff she was saying was like inflammatory. Some people say it was racist. So I guess she didn't want that to be like her name. I don't know what her job is, but she was worried about her job.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. That's why we make names on social media. Like,
yeah, that part too. That part too.
We all learn as we go. Yeah. But yeah, this is a very inflammatory conversation I get. It's very divisive and inflammatory. And depending on the school that you're from, like what generation school rather, then you might have a way different thought than a new school generation. If I don't know if the person who was commenting was a little older or had some older people in the family experience something that they that conclusion, but I do notice there's quite a difference between new
I'll
schools
play it.
taught.
I'll actually go upstairs and I'll play it for you.
Okay.
because I do want to talk about this topic when I have like more people around.
Yeah.
To like counter that argument, because my thing is like, I feel like we should first of all, there's something that right happened, because I was listening to a guy earlier and he was saying that it's already starting to riot in New York. They're doing the same, well, not to the level that they are in LA, but they're already no, I'm going, when I get off here, I'm going to bed Belicious. Is it Belicious? Yeah, Belicious. My sleep schedule is all off. I went to bed the other night, yesterday morning. I didn't go to bed till like 5 o'clock in the morning. So my schedule is all off. Um, pop
Am
off
I?
in New York too, because they not having that shit either. Like with these people.
Yeah, this whole thing that
Again.
anybody that saw The Handmaid's Tale or read the book, this is exactly what happens when they start Gilead. Americans turn on Americans and they decide that you can't be doing something and you can't be doing the other thing. And then the Americans can't go back to their regular life. But nobody does anything different except for everybody's breaking the law. So this is illegal. It's illegal to call the Coast Guard in under these circumstances. It's illegal. But for the, like, to me, I'm like, Gabby Gav, what's up? Why you let the Coast Guard do this? Like,
It
aren't you
is.
still like, he can't do anything except for let California get
Let's get
invaded?
look pregnant to you.
Does what?
Hold on. Does this cat look
Let's see.
pregnant to you? Let me see if I can get a closer one. No.
I don't,
I don't
is
know.
he the pregnant or has a gastrointestinal issue? She does.
Maybe she's not pregnant. It's not sticking out yet, but she looks bigger. And she's been eating a lot. She's been coming here and like she's got a little bulge on the side.
On the sides.
But she was just pregnant and not too long ago.
Hey, you know what they say about hot cats?
she she keeps whining. Like she'll usually come, eat her food, and go away. But I've been in here all night, so she's been coming back and forth here all night because she hears me.
Yeah.
But I think the whole little hussy done got pregnant again.
Look at
But
that.
anyway, we were saying the but he doesn't care. I was reading the messages from him and Gavin Newsom, their
Yeah.
tweets last night. He doesn't give a shit. He's like,
Yeah.
the illegal aliens, they're invading California. They're going to go. We're going to use every resource we have available to get them out of here and all that kind of stuff. So basically, like the woman last night, she was saying that basically that immigrants are really the problem with, other than racism, with the administration, is that they take up, I mean, she even got into, what made people mad, because she was like basically that play it, because she could say it better than me. Hold on. But you know, I was mad that the person had got mad because what she said was actually making sense. Hold on. Google my channel so I can access my private videos. Right. Yes. So where are my lives? Cooking with Ritchie. Where are my? No, I didn't delete it. Now, where is it? That's live now. Where's the one I did last night? Video shorts, past live streams, one day. Now I made it private, so where would it be?
You can go, you know how on the side it says your videos and then, or your content, and you click on your content and you should be able to see all of your posts, your lives, your community, all of that stuff. Do you see it?
That's what I'm looking for. Wait, let me look on my other phone and see. I can probably find it on my other phone. Because it made sense what she was saying.
Right.
But it sounded terrible to a person who
Did anybody watch Straw yesterday?
You watched it again?
Straw. No, I'm asking, did you end up watching it?
No, I've been on here all night.
People on TikTok.
All right, so let me go to Let me go to the YouTube studio. Okay, so let me edit. Let me make it public. Save. Just make it public for a minute. Refresh this. June 9th. It was June 9th. It says cooking with Ritchie B, chicken Marsala. All right, let me say home.
Oh, look, anybody who likes Candy Burris, the Griot, you know that reporting agency, the Griot, they have a segment called Masters of the Game, and Candy Burris just had a segment 5 days ago with Debbie Allen. They've done Debbie Allen, they've done Tyler Perry, like real icons of business and stuff that are making moves. So anybody who likes Candy Burris.
Their lingerie, and she had on. All right, now let's see if it's in my history. No, history. Okay, here we go.
Shakina.
And she had on this red lingerie and these boots, and she literally started. I was talking about your girl Kenya. Okay, so I'll start it from here. What happened? What the hell just happened?
I'm still here. I don't know.
No. Oh, let me share the screen.
Is Shakina the one who used to be Tiny's best friend?
Nah, I went around being.
Yeah. I just want the record to reflect that Portia has a big ass snake on her shirt. Okay? We'll zoom in case you can't see. This is a big ass. It's playing different this time. He's playing with the United States Army, which is illegal. I forget what act it is and all of that, but I feel like something terrible is we on the cusp of some shit. It's only a matter of time before this is happening in every city because let's just take the part where people are going to court and trying to do the right thing with the immigration or whatever. I'm just saying, like, just trying to understand it. If they're putting
Kurt, with the county or state police force acting the way Chauvin did, you already have a situation that is already, nothing was done. This is not OJ. Nothing was done to you.
Going through the proper channels to get it, going to court, making their court days, all of that. She said it doesn't. former acting vice chief of National Guard Bureau criticizes President Trump. Sunday National Guard, LA, wasn't it? The president's federal deployment of the National Guard over the official wishes of the governor is bad for all Americans concerned about freedom of speech and state rights. The governor has the authority and ability to respond to civil disturbances with law enforcement capabilities within his state, augmented as necessary by requesting law enforcement assistance from other governors. There are 1 million badged and trained members of law enforcement in this country for the governor to ask for help if he needs it. While this presently is a legal order, it tramples the governor's rights and obligations to protect his people. This is an inappropriate use of the National Guard and not warranted. Let me retweet that. What else? Hold on, she's coming. Let's see. JD Vance says this moment calls for. Hey, Beck had a movie night with the kids. They all fell asleep on me. Oh, that's sweet. I want to watch that Tyler Perry movie. Hello, AAE. Good evening. We're actually in the middle of making chicken marsala.
From happening that might inflame the crowd further.
Well, I was only 3 at that.
With, and then I said, well, what about your, other fellow immigrants? And they were just like, fuck them.
I know that, but when it comes to entitlement, Kamala also was with Willie Brown.
You were saying.
Shoved a woman.
Something happened. Y'all said a broadcast somebody got ran over.
How that riot actually began in 1964.
Okay, it starts here,
I believe.
I think.
And so there's they're out there to do the job, but you can either you can cause a provocation as well. And when you're out there doing crowd control, how do you prevent that sort of a provocation from happening that might inflame the crowd further?
Well, I was only 3 at that time, but we're not there. We don't want to start the very riot we're trying to prevent. But there was obviously a lot of other tensions in the community back then, because just one shove of one person should not have sparked off a whole riot back in '65. So there's other things that are beyond what the officers were doing. But, it is a fine line. We're trying to allow people to exercise their First Amendment, peacefully protest, and that's the key word, peaceful.
So what's up, AAA? What do you think?
So what I was referencing, Ritchie B, with my chat is that you had a number of Black people who were fully in support of Kamala and also Obama back in 08 and 12. This whole situation with Kamala not being Black, I don't care. I'm over it. Because first off, when you look at Kamala in the 90s, she looks like this is my opinion. She looks like a light-skinned Black woman. She does. And number 2, Kamala did red carpet with Montel Williams back in the day. And Ritchie B, she was dressed for the honeycomb. Her outfit, she was dressed for the honeycomb. Kamala. This was back in the 90s. And Kamala also was with Willie Brown. She had a relationship with him. I don't want to get,
And basically, you're getting deported. Whether you're, so like the people that's going to court, keeping the court dates, doing it the legal way, going through, and I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not saying I agree with or don't agree with anything anybody's saying. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I want to talk about all sides of it. The people who are actually going to court and trying to do it the right way, they probably thought, so like when I worked with Uber, I worked with a lot of immigrants, and a lot of immigrants were like, vote. They wanted to vote for Trump. Well, they didn't want to vote for Kamala solely because she was a woman, because a lot of the immigrants are Muslim and they don't believe in, women's rights or whatever. You know how they feel about women. So they did not see it for a woman president to begin with. And then I said, well, what about your, other fellow immigrants? And they were just like, fuck them. We're here. We made it, and like close the door behind us, basically. So that was kind of like the attitude of the immigrants who were here. I guess they thought they were safe, but now they know that they're not. So, and I think like today I saw like a grown man, a black man, crying because they came to the graduation to deport, come and lock up the parents of kids graduating, like little kids graduating, like coming to lock up their parents. I didn't know they had this quota of 3,000 a day. That's pretty extreme, but whatever. I don't think they bargained for that part. They don't think. Who knew that it would be? Who knew that it was going to be this bad? Where they just snatching people off the street who are citizens, who you know what I'm trying to say? A lot of people who Americans are being detained under citizenship could be verified. Yeah. Like they snatched that boy off the street that was going to soccer practice. They released him, and they had to bring one of the guys that sent to El Salvador. They had to bring him back, but he's he's still being detained here. And like I said, I get both sides because I don't know if you were here when I said it in the chat, but when we tried to warn everybody and tell everybody, listen, this stuff they're doing is not right. When they were shooting us dead in the street like dogs, and we were trying to tell y'all, the response was, oh, well, you should just comply. You shouldn't be a criminal. George Floyd was a crackhead. It was like, that kind of response. It was like, yeah, whatever, niggas, that's y'all problem. And everyone turned a blind eye until they saw the life being taken away from George Floyd. It was like divine intervention that everybody had to sit, everyone had to be home, sit in the house, and literally everyone had to watch it. No one could deny what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd, whether you agree with his lifestyle or not, whether he stole $20 or had a counterfeit bill or not. He did not deserve that. His face was by the tailpipe. We all have that image ingrained in our heads. So, now, what was my point? I get both sides. Everyone, it was just like, whatever. So now they're going through it. But my worry now is like, this can easily turn, not this, like, it can't deport us, but this kind of like fever that they're going, it scares me because just with an executive order, okay, we have to deport 3,000 people a day. Is that right? Is that true? A day?
No, Trump set a quota. That's his quota.
That's wild.
That's the
so
quota
when he
he
set
won.
the quota for us for something, like, it's only a matter of time, like, because so once they start fucking with them, then what? Once let's say they meet their quota, they deported however many people they wanted to deport, then what? And then, like, with them saying them deploying the National Guard, so what's going to happen next? Because it's not only Hispanic people there, there's other people there too. Like, what if they decide to bomb the place? Or, other people they just declared it like a war zone. Well, not a war zone, but they just declared it some kind of zone where nobody's supposed to be outside now in LA now, in that area.
Yeah, they're going to put a curfew.
They called it something else. I forget. But
oh God, I hope not martial law. That's scary. That's scary.
That's what's coming next. Did you? Because I read what he said. Let me see if I can pull it back up.
I hope not martial law. That would be scary.
Let's see. JD Vance.
14. Trump has not minced his words. He has not gone back acting shocked like You have a Department of Defense. We never had a Department of Defense conversation when it happened to Floyd. We didn't have that conversation. We were discussing civil rights. We were discussing, yeah, now it is vastly different. And now Trump, because he can always make the argument, oh, it's immigration. Immigration's under DHS. DHS is cabinet level.
Then he said there's an invasion. Like we were, they were invading.
Look at the language, invasion, liberate. That type of language connotes war. And war, in and of itself, war is at the federal level. Trump is literally, I know it sounds like I'm speaking in hyperbole, but Trump is making it clear, and he's doing so in California, and it's on purpose because it's California, liberal California, that he's going to make a presence in all 50 states. And he is going to do what is necessary. He will do the needful to address and handle immigration. If it means pulling, like, quote unquote Gestapo-like tactics, banging on doors, any door, citizen or not, you have to keep your papers, bring your papers. He can do that. He's setting up. That's what he's setting up now. And here's the thing, he made no qualms about this. We already knew Trump was about this life since 2014. Trump has not minced his words. He has not gone back on anything.
I don't think people knew it was this bad.
People just didn't want to pay. They really thought, oh no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Well, it's happening. And he's been telling us he's going to do this for the past 10 years. Why are people acting new? That's why I don't feel bad for them. You knew full well what he was going to do 10 years ago. This man has not capitulated. And now people are acting shocked, like Pikachu. That shocked Pikachu face. Stop it. You knew, and you voted for this nonsense. So stop acting new. You thought it could have happened to you. You thought it could have happened. No, because you thought they all think that you are better than Black people. It ain't gonna happen to me. It ain't gonna happen to me. These negrito niggers. You all thought they really do believe that they are of some hierarchy in the country. But here's the thing, Ritchie B, that a lot of people don't seem to get, and a lot of Latinos are not understanding something. Their data, their numbers are abysmal. They are the least successful immigrant group in this country. They cost the country a lot of money. They are the least successful. Yes, they are. And their women do not know how to read. Their women don't know how to read. All the other immigrant groups, the Indians, these Africans, the Eastern Europeans, and definitely these Asians, the East Asians, the Indians, all of them, they all do pretty well they come in, they go to college, they do well. The Hispanics do not do that. They're very expensive. And I believe that is part of the reason of what's going on right now. Not only are you illegal, which they don't like, and honestly, you can't be illegal, enough of that. There's too much fraud with being illegal. And I've seen and experienced it myself, this under table economy. But there's a great depression on the healthcare system because of a lot of the behavior they do. The education system, they don't want to do any more ESL class, no more of that. It's expensive. And do you not want to learn English? But there's 40 years of data and they just don't want them here anymore. That's what they don't seem to get. They really think that because you can check white Hispanic, that it means something. It doesn't mean anything. It does not mean anything. Just because you
So you're saying that basically, well, let me read these comments real quick. I'm a Californian. Let's be clear. That man mad at Governor Newsom for not assimilating to racist legislation. Hence all of this calamity, in my humble opinion. Where is the evidence living? Where is all this evidence living in Texas where there's a bigger immigration problem?
Oh, Ray, it's coming.
Wait.
It's coming.
Wait. Where is all of this immigration? Where is all this policing of immigration in Texas where there's more immigrants? So he's saying, she's saying that why not in Texas where, that's where the border is, I guess. And that's where the if anyone was getting invaded, it would be Texas, really, because that's where they come over the border. Like, so why is why is it California? Basically, is that what you're saying, Ray Ray?
Right, and I can answer that. Ray Ray, it's because Texas has Abbott. Abbott is very pro-Trump. Trump doesn't have any issues with Abbott. If Trump wants to move into Texas, he's all for it. Abbott and Trump work together. And remember, Texas is a very Republican conservative state. Newsom has been going back, Newsom and the rest of the California legislature has been going back and forth with Trump for too long. Like, so there's no need to bring in the National Guard in Texas because Texas is going to relent. Abbott will put his foot down or his
So what
wheelchair.
about what you were saying about the they're the ones that's stressing out our economy, our healthcare system, our education system. Like they're costing us a lot of money. They're
yes,
all
they
the things
do.
you just said, like the
Yes, they
fraud,
Yeah.
like they're the ones that you're saying that they're the ones that's putting the strain on all of our resources, right?
Yeah, Ritchie.
No, I'm
Illegal
just trying to
immigration.
understand what's going on
No,
because
no,
I
no,
don't.
no, no.
I
Just let you know.
really have had my head buried in the sand when this about because it just it's just too much sometimes. But it's time to get my head out the sand, so I need to know what's going on.
Ritchie, over 90% of illegal immigration is Mexico and Central America. It's just Mexico and Central America. That's illegal immigration.
So wait, say it again. 90% of illegal immigration is coming from Mexico and where?
And Central America. America. They are number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And you said that women can't read, and what else?
Oh, their women have the worst literacy rates,
And
and
what
their
else?
children reading, just succeeding in the country. They're how do I say it? They're not progressing at the level of other immigrants. The other immigrants move very quickly, very, very quickly.
Like how Chinese people like I
The
had a Chinese roommate in college,
Indians, Chinese,
she
the
wouldn't even watch
Asians.
TV. She even tell me, I was like, girl, let's watch The Hills. And she was like, what is that? Like, we don't watch TV in our house. We just do homework and study and work.
Right. That's true. Yes. Correct. Like their education is very, very, very abysmal. And here's the thing though. Look at their women. The women, when you compare, just focusing on immigrant women, Mexico, Central America, their women are not progressing at the level of the other immigrant women. They're just too behind. The number one Hispanic group that moves up or progresses with a college education are the Dominicans. And even their numbers are still much lower than the Indians, the Asians, the Africans, and the Eastern Europeans. Even their numbers are still very, very low.
Okay, so this is not just at a racist
I know it sounds racist, but they look. The thing is that the data, the data is here. The data. There's 40 years
I'm
of
not saying
data.
you're being racist. I'm saying that the Trump administration or the powers that be are not just looking at this as a racism thing. It's okay. Well, if you're saying that the people aren't progressing, the children. Or the wives or whatever, they can barely read, which means they can't really get jobs. They have to get Medicaid. They have to get food stamps. They have to get.
And it's by generation.
They're the ones putting the strain on our resources. They're looking at it from probably a racist standpoint, but also really a resource thing. Right?
Yeah. I mean, for example, there's so much that you can do for Black people. Plus, Black people are steady. Like the Black American woman, she really averages about two, maybe
Black,
3.
I'm trying to heard Black women are like the highest or like highly educated group of people.
And there is the push to put like educating Black women going to college has really been occurring since the 60s, and it's worked well. like the complaint with Black women is that, oh, she takes out student loans. Well, the government wants you to take out student loans. They want you to be in debt and not only invest in your education, but you're in the system. They want that. It's like the whole argument of forgiving student loans really isn't much of an issue to the United States government, because number one, you basically have already paid back your loan. The issue is just interest. And you have whatever degree that you have, you're working in a field where you're paying taxes. The Black woman is paying taxes. The Black woman, she's investing in the economy. And plus, if she's on a student loan, highly unlikely she's receiving entitlement benefits. The most she has her own insurance. Like, it's just she's contributing more than what she is taking. And if you look in the Northeast, Black women are professionals in the Northeast. You have Black women either who are teachers, Black women in HR. And plus, the United States likes Black men. Black men are in technology big time. Plus, Black people are in the military. So there, whatever issue, like we talk a lot, Black people, all these problems, Black fatigue. No, there's not. No, there isn't. Not really.
Let me read some of the comments.
A lot of it is just social and political, like social, cultural back and forth. But when it comes to contribution and money, Black people contribute big time. Black people contribute.
All right, so AAE, that's you. Abbott is more willing to work with Trump. Plus, Abbott is already asking about citizenship at these hospitals, for example. Ray all day. Abbott in Texas is a red state. Texas is giving leniency in this matter. Abbott in Texas is a red state. Texas is giving leniency on this matter. I guess immigration matter. What happened? Sorry. In this matter. Okay. Don't think Abbott is going to do better. Don't think Abbott is going to do better option just because he can work better with that man. Don't think Abbott is going to do better option just because don't think Abbott is going to do better just because he can work better with that man. Racist politics hinder Blacks, Latinos, Indigenous, and Asians at a rate high as giraffe pussy. Whoever that is commenting sounds racist and biased. Well, I'm just trying to get like the facts of like what is really going on. Like, why are they like doing this so feverishly? And if AAE is saying that basically illegal, whatever nationality you are, well, I guess it doesn't matter, that illegal immigration is putting, because there's a big emphasis, like Elon Musk, like the whole fallout with Elon Musk and Trump is because he didn't come through and save billions of dollars like he said he was going to. And they are looking feverishly to, save money, cut costs. They fired half the damn, however many federal workers they fired. So if AAE is saying that illegal immigrants are a big part of the resources that, they're looking at it from like a business, a money standpoint. This is what I'm just trying to figure out. I'm not saying I agree with it or whatever. I'm just saying, like, just trying to understand it. If they're putting strain on it, then that's why they want to get rid of them so bad. Because my thing is like, why are they going so hard? Like, what is, like, why are they going so fucking hard? Like, what is the rush? These people have been here. Nobody, there's no 9/11. It's not, nobody gotten invaded. Like, it's not how they trying to make it seem. Like, what is the big deal? Like, why do you have, what is, you know what I'm saying? Like, why are they going so hard? So what you're saying makes sense then.
They don't want them here anymore.
I mean, I know this is racist, but also if they're looking at it from a cut cost perspective, I see that too. But then on the other hand is you're getting rid of all of these people that we actually fucking need, like for the economy. People who are actually working, going to school. Like everybody's not like the illiterate, leech off of leeching off the system. Everybody's not like that. They're just snatching up anybody though, They're not even checking to see if this is who they're looking for. They just, I don't know what they're doing. It's like, and the fact that they're out here right now, it's 1:00, 1:30 in the morning here in Philadelphia, and this shit is going down in California right now. It's just like, imagine what it's going to be like in the morning when Trump mobilizes his people. Oh wow, this is why like I put my head in the sand when it comes to this, because I don't want to, I have a PTSD and panic and an anxiety disorder. That's why I stay out of it, or I just like try. I don't, just don't even. I'm very well educated, highly educated, and I choose to like not engage with this shit anymore. But you can't do that anymore. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is going on, because I really have not been tuned into it, because it's too much. But good, if you want to come up, Ray all day, come up. Everyone is respectful. AA isn't racist, not that I know of. You might not like her opinions, but if they're facts, they're facts.
I just deductive reasoning, and I read quite a bit, and I've been specifically studying this since Trump went down those escalators. I'm wondering, Trump's been saying this for 10 years now, so I've been keeping up. And I've been doing the research, and it's just there. They don't want to pay anymore. Plus, when you get old, they don't want to take care of illegals when you get old, and then they can start trying to claim some sort of like benefits, because once you're here 20 years, you're looking at the opportunity of receiving Social Security. They don't want to pay for them.
Well, let me see if I can find that thing that go ahead, you talk. I have a.
They don't want to pay Social Security. They don't want to continue paying for you, your children, your children's children. Everyone is under entitlement from generation to generation to generation. They don't want to do that anymore. And you can't bring up Black people, which a lot of them do, because at the end of the day, if a Black woman has been under Section 8 for 30 years, at the end of the day, her mother, her grandmother, her great grandmother, she has a line of family that has been contributing into the system for hundreds of years. So whether or not people agree with her being on Section 8 for decades, that's besides the point. She's already, her bloodline has contributed in
I think the
breadth
Section
and
8 thing
waves.
is like way out of control.
Yeah, and that's like, to me, that's like a non-issue. Like, whatever, you're that complaining because, okay, it looks bad, but it's not negatively really affecting like picking on people, because I don't like the idea of, no matter how I feel about Black women and their behavior, I don't want to see a Black woman suffering and her children, even if she's scandalous and scammy, I still very concerned. I don't want her children to suffer. I don't, because we all know, I just know what's going to happen. Her firstborn daughter is going to be treated horribly. I just feel, I do feel personal concern.
So I think that was pretty much the gist of what she was saying. I think she says a little bit more, but that was pretty much. I mean, it's
Wow.
a,
Yeah, Voice Twin was on point, and it's not racist to look at it like that. It's just facts, you know? However, it is steeped in racism that they're picking on Hispanics and Black people, because that famous TikToker that has like the most TikToks, that Black guy, you know who I'm talking about, who just like kind of reacts to TikToks, and he has more followers than even Charlie DeMilo. He got picked up by ICE yesterday.
really?
Yep,
I don't know
and
who
got
you're talking
deported.
about, but damn, is he black or what? Or
Yeah, he's super black. He's super black, and he's from an African country. And
oh wow,
they picked him up, and his stuff was expired. So
oh
yeah, but they're targeting brown people. I'm positive. I had a Ukrainian friend. No, Lithuanian. She was Lithuanian, and she was here on a student visa. That shit was expired. They're not looking for her. Blonde hair, blue eyes. They're not looking for her. They are
mm-hmm.
not checking for her. And she knows it. She can get picked up on DUIs with an expired student visa, and they let that bitch go. Talking about, well, be careful, ma'am. So it is
Wow.
steeped in racism, who they're targeting. And it's high key disrespectful for them to want to get all the brown people out after we made it so nice and cushy for their motherfucking asses. Because like you said, like the work that some of these immigrants do, Black people stopped doing that picking in the fields a while ago. And so it's fine. The immigrants come to the States and do that stuff. But
I'm gonna show you a tweet that I made that I just cussed somebody out earlier because let me just pull it up.
okay. Me and
Well,
my
you can
little
talk while
walking.
I'm pulling it up.
Okay, yeah. So for the immigration, and what's really messed up too is that even the people who are doing it the right way by going to court, for you to get picked up at your court hearing, that's fucked up. Like, let
It
that
really is.
process finish,
It
and
really is.
keep on looking for the other ones. But if I have a court date, that means I'm doing something right. So why would you be persecuting me if I'm doing what you say I need to do? And that even goes to the citizens. Like, why deport citizens if they did what you told them to do? That's so contrary, but very colonizer. Leave it to a fucking colonizer to come up with that mess.
Let me see.
Whew.
Where are my mentions? Notifications. Okay, here we go. Share this tab instead. Let me. Why is it so small? So let's see.
And I
Okay,
always
so
thought that, like,
the original tweet was Black folks, mind your business, go home. This doesn't concern you. And this is I guess it's the beginning of the riots. And I said until they start targeting us. So then I got a bunch of replies, and one of them, I got some more replies. Let's see. So this one right here, I replied to. They already are goofy.
they started with
You,
us.
they already are goofy. Are you not seeing the news? There are Black immigrants. Mexicans are getting sent back, but the police is out there killing y'all, laughing my ass off. I said, first of all, What the fuck is so funny? I don't need to see the fucking news to know black people have been getting killed like dogs in the street. You weird bitch. At least the immigrants get to live and breathe on their way out. My point was that at any moment, the same vitriol can be redirected towards us black citizens. So while
Right.
we're minding our black business, I suggest you mind yours and learn the fundamentals of remedial learn the fundamentals of remedial sentence composition, dickhead.
His edges are together.
Just like one wrong
Yeah, that's
sentence
true. You
with
know,
no
actually,
punctuation.
until they come for us, yeah, they already started with us. We were the litmus test of what you can get away with, and as far as dehumanizing a human and making it palpable to other humans. And so blacks were definitely the litmus test for that, right? We've never been humanized through George Floyd, which is why they're still arguing about his lifestyle instead of the fucking knee on his neck. Is part of
Right.
the systematic dehumanization of blackness, so that you can palpably accept somebody who has two arms and two legs being treated like that. But because the programming is intact, you actively participate in looking for anything in a person's life that they could have warranted that, if they're black. But if they're white, then all you look for is excuses so that they can remain mediocre. Hey, Junior. And
Everybody
Grand
says
Rising, can you
yes,
close that door?
yes,
That washer's
Larger.
really loud. Thanks, babe. And
Everybody says yes, Larger.
yeah, right. Like, so that's what they do to us. And I was like, you guys are getting blacked now. Like, that's literally what it is. The white people at the meeting, what do you mean you're taking away our benefits? And then they get dragged out, but that was an old white man in a trucker cap. That used to only be Negroes getting dragged out like that. And then they've always treated women less than, and white or black, but that's why the white women be getting dragged out now too, is because it's your turn. Everybody's gonna get blacked. Everybody.
Oh my God, you sound like me. I said, part of me loves Trump being president because now I'll just say the others, white people, get to get
Yeah.
treated like niggas now. They
Yep.
get to have their votes, their rights taken away from them. Trump is doing whatever he wants to do. And now they get to know what it feels like.
Right. And don't cry me no rivers. Just get used to it. And hopefully it's going to cause a personal shift, because I think that the collective needs to shift on a personal level, right? Like, we need to feel, black people have felt isolated for so long in our persecution. And now that everybody's getting blacked, hopefully the consciousness universally will allow for our humanization, because now you see you get treated just the same as us. And once that shift happens, a consciously collective shift of we all got the same two arms and we all got the same two legs, and none of us deserve to get treated anything other than brilliantly, then that unification will definitely change the vibration. But I feel like this is a required element for their participation in our humanization. Did I say that right? I think so.
I'm just reading the comments.
Yeah, I feel like it's required learning. It's required reading to see how it feels to get treated when you're just doing everything right. You're living within the confines of a constitution. You have your arms raised, you're complying, and you still get treated like this, but you're not black. Oh my God. Well, they must have been, imagine how they've been feeling all this time. That moment is coming. And I can't
Like I
wait
said, they
till
told us, "Oh, comply. Oh, just did what he said." And like I said, one hand, I get both sides. Or as Funky Don even says, I'm double minded. One hand, like I said, y'all told us, we've been screaming it from the mountaintops that these motherfuckers ain't right. They violate our rights.
Right.
And y'all told us we need to just comply. Stop being a criminal. Just stop being
Yeah.
black, basically.
Right.
Shut your black ass up.
Right. Shut
But
up and eat your
now,
bullets.
now, like I said, part of me from at the beginning, I love the fact that Trump was president because now he's treat everybody like niggas and they can't take it. They don't know what to
Right.
do. And
Right.
they even got to the point where they were getting mad at us for not marching in the street with them. But
Yeah,
now,
no.
should we have that attitude of let's mind our black business?
I feel like in a way, yes, because also they need our participation for the next level of lockdown on humans. So there have been millions of white people marching every weekend since 45 became 47. And it's not making the news. There's no police presence. There's no tear gas. There's no rubber bullets. There's no nothing. They just let them run amok, doing their constitutional rights, right? They let it happen. But let some Negroes from the Book of Negroes get together and start joining in. Now the tear gas will come. Now the rubber bullets will come. Now all of that stuff that they made alive for the January 6th people will be the truth for any black body caught up in a protest. So they actually want us on the front line so we can be buffers. They already fucking know. They want us out there so they can use our blackness as a buffer to their problem. Yeah, no. You on your own. But we feel you though. We see you, but I'm staying my ass at home. I'm not marching, and I love my Mexicans. I love you. I love my Latinas. And this is gonna have to be yours because if we go out there, they're really gunning for us. They'll be gunning for us again. So yeah, I'm gonna have to. And if you really love us, you wouldn't want us to put ourselves in harm's way for you. We've already laid the foundation for the whole America, and you want us to go do some more marching? Our feet are tired, sir. And not that we don't care, it's just our feet are tired. You take the lead.
Yeah, so Erin says, and that's why I had an issue with the terms that AAE used in the other video. I'm here in Texas, and them white folks want black folks to turn on Latin and Hispanics. It's
Yeah.
hateful. Don't play into it.
Don't play into it. And I don't really feel like, do you think it's playing into it by not marching? I don't have to go march for you to, I'm not playing into it though, but I don't have to go march
No.
for you.
So, but like Callie the night before, she was on some fuck them. Like they hate us. Like I don't know how it is in California or what her experience in California was like, but she was like basically like fuck them. They don't like us. They don't fuck with black people. You know how Cali is. So
Yeah.
like basically fuck them. So
Well, I don't mean it. I'm a more compassionate person than that. Like I totally
right.
see the struggle. I'm not like fuck them. I'm like my feet are tired. I'm gonna just keep it. My feet are tired.
Right.
We ate all the rubber bullets we can eat. You guys go in the front. We might meet you in the chat and be like tear gas diffuser or something like that. But it's crazy.
Oh my God, I wish you could
you.